1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2. Yes, it's 6. That's 5. Yeah, that's 5. This is 5. 1 2 1 2. This is 5. Yes, because 5 was off. One, two, one. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's 10. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check, mic check, mic. One two, one two, one two, one two. 1 2 1 2 1. When life gives you lemons, I don't know, bruh. I'm not good at quotes. I don't really. Wow, that's a, I quote the other day. He who has 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it's fine. 1 2 1, 2. 1, 2. Welcome to the opening. 1, 2. That's cool. 1, 2. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the opening ceremony of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Lovely to have everyone here. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we please close that door?
Yeah, it's troublesome. Because it's been.
I think it's better if she comes in, she walks in, but then the attention of the people will be this way instead of
Unless she stands behind the curtain somewhere there, but it just is what it is, okay? So let's just do the one, just the first sound check.
Okay. Can I get put one? No, I won't. Yes, I'm good.
Okay, let's
Thanks.
do it. 1, 2, 3, take one.
Imauthi mangiqale ndizidlantuke mos. Yeah! Yo! Molweni ma-Afrika amahle. Molweni ndozikabawo. Iyanibulisa intombi yasemaqoqweni. Osikhala jojotiyeka. Omabomba. Khani ndiyekeni khe ndixhentse, ndixibe, ndixele ixhegokazi elizingca ngobuxhosa balo. We welcome you to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Oh, Lord. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys.
you are blessed. No.
Sipikanen. We welcome you to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town.
One of the natural, one of
Home. Oh, home to one because you printed Cape Town twice. Okay, fine. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that one. We welcome you to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mountain, Indaba Yetafile. You are blessed to be on African soil. It's an honor to have you as our guest. Okay, all right, okay. All right. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, Ndebu. I think Jai Russian, eh? Okay. Yeah, okay. One, two, three. Remember the dress is long, so I just need to.
Lift up the dress.
1, 2, 3.
One more time.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Welcome to the shores of our beautiful mother city. Welcome to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Welcome to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Home to one of the natural wonders. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mountain. Welcome to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Home to one, welcome to the shores of our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Home to one of the wonders, home to one of the natural wonders, one of the natural wonders of the world. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mount. Home to one of the natural wonders. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mountain. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mountain. You are blessed to be on the soil. You are blessed to be on African soil. You are blessed to be on African soil. You are blessed to be on African soil. It's an honor to have you as our guest. It's an honor to have you as our guest. It's an honor to have you as our guest. Masilakaleni, in the spirit of belonging. Masilakaleni, the spirit of community, to build. Yeah! Yeah! Bhatani Mzansundu! Bhatani Mzansi Africa! Iyanamkela intombi yasemaqoqweni! Uzikhalo Jojo! Utieka! Utsala Bendonga! Kumabamba kelowo! Hayi babethunana! Khani ndiyekeni khe ndixhentse! Ndixibe! Ndixelise ixhegokazi! Elizingca ngobuXhosa balo! We welcome you to the beautiful mother city of Cape Town. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Table Mountain, Indaba Yetafile. You are blessed to be in the soil of Africa. We welcome you as our guest. Yes, in my language, Namkelekile. Okay, twice. In my language, Namkelekile. Namkelekile. To build hand in hand. Namkelekile. Namkelekile. Yeah. Yo. Oh. 2.
This weekend. Okay.
Kase bandibekele phaa.
But bafuna bonakala lapha phezulu.
Eh?
That's why
Hayi nditsho uba uthi ufuna ndibambe ufuna ndibe nazo ezi lines xa ndithetha. Makazibhale eskrinini kaloku ufuna ndibe nazo.
makaziveze apha.
Bekuhlala abantu apha.
Basiqala thina siqala thina
Phaa ngaba ya.
yeah kanicabeleni madoda.
Laa bhuti ebendiphe imic endibuze kuyo. Usalibele kukuthi njengoba
Ibimande idive leyo nyani.
usalibele kukuthi akayazi uba kuyaspinwa.
Hayi hey
Bhuti wam uncedile uze ndicela ukubuza ne ikhona i-possibility yobana ndingandifakela ezi lines apha eskrinini kusabe kungahlelanga bantu mos apha xa senza iwork ziprintwe nguye.
okay just find out just expressa loqala then angaphinde basakufaka words
Nguye ondibhalileyo oziprintileyo. YoPDF uyenza ngoku. Ibhale ngoku wayiprinta ngoku. Besibe nexesha li-enough kwelaa cala.
nela fasisiza nabo yamasu.
May the conference reap many rewards and may you have the opportunity to meet and make new friendships from all over the globe. Awuyabhanqa lo. Ubhayile lines ezingaka cuma ndizozenza ngoku. Ndozibuzela. Hello. How are you doing? Iyanibulisa intombi yasemanqoqweni. Osikhala Jojo. Otieka ubutsolo bentonga. Yona izalwa ngubhayika khetsha. Umfundle nyoka mnyama ecanda isiziba. Khani ndiyekeni khe ndixhentse. Ndixibe ndixele ixhegokazi. Elizingca ngobuxhosa balo. We welcome you to the shores of our beautiful city, our beautiful mother city, Cape Town. Home to home to one. Okay. Home to one of the natural wonders of the world. Whew. Yes. Table Mountain. Intaba yetafile. You are blessed to be on African soil. It is an honor to have you as our guests. Siyanamkela. Namkelekile. Namkelekile. May the conference reap many rewards, and may you have the opportunity to meet and make new friendships from all over the globe. Tabago! And then after that, do we sing something? Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay. From all over the globe. Amago. Kabla wenu netemba la chonilang. 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 Hini mamu netemba la chonilang. Kabla wenu 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 netemba yom la chonilang. Kabla wenu netemba. All right, okay.
I think come to the meeting between me and Steve.
Okay.
Comes with the drummers, so that's why the guys are down there.
Okay.
There's the protection. You are the queen.
Oh, thank you.
Drummers when you're in the middle.
All right.
So you walk. When you're in the middle, do your last numbers, and then you sing, so that we accompany you as the queen.
Okay.
You understand?
All right. Yes. Okay. So, when you go out, you go first. Who's on the side? Okay, you lead, and then me in the middle, and then okay. When we down ways. Yeah, when we down the stage, and then I'll lead the way. Uh-huh.
Warriors. Yeah. We're in the battle here. Yes.
bezazifaka phaa naphaa izinto zakhe bayabava abantu ba-understand uba ndibani okay come here mfana. Oh, I think imaki yakho ne?
Je la parcure dedans moi. Ça c'est quand tout je peux voir. Tout seul sans ton amour. Mais suis une chanson qui me parle de vous. Je la parcure dedans moi. Ça c'est quand tout je peux voir. Tout seul sans ton amour. Mais suis une chanson qui me parle de vous. Je la parcure dedans moi. Ça c'est quand tout je peux voir. Tout seul sans ton amour. Mais suis une chanson qui me parle de vous. Je parcours sans savoir ce que je dois faire. Vous êtes loin d'ici, très près de moi, dedans moi. I don't mind if you keep someone else behind. I don't care, 'cause you've got something I can share. Hey, take your chance, even if it's only while you're dancing in the light of your second sight. Because when you understand me, you might feel cool around me now. I don't want your love to bring
volta eu começo. A gente gosta de mar, de mergulhar em nossas águas. A solidão é ruim quando eu não te tenho. Meu pensamento. O que você quer? Cadê você? Passei na vida esperando teus beijos. Além disso, teus olhos falam de tempo. Mas eu só quero acabar contemplando teu sonho. A lua cheia fica aqui, embaixo nossos pés. Eu preciso de você.
Give me the reason to want you back. When you do me so bad. Building the bridge between us is harder than it should be.
got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got their chance to play. Holding you. Were you born to resist or be abused? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Are you gone and on to someone new? I needed somewhere to hang my head without your news. You gave me something that I didn't have, but had no use. I was too weak to give in, too strong to lose. My heart is under arrest again, but I break loose. My head is giving me life or death, but I can't choose. I swear I'll never give in. I refuse. Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Has someone taken your faith? It's real, the pain you feel, the trust you must confess. Is someone taking the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Has someone taken your faith? It's real, the pain you feel, the life, the love you died to heal, the hope that starts, the broken hearts, your trust you must confess. Is someone taking the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Is someone taking the best, the best, the best, the best of you? I've got another confession to make. I'm no fool. You got to show me love. Heartbreaks and promises, I had more than my share. I'm tired of giving my love You're a falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day. You're the perfect thing to say. When you play a card, but it's kinda cute. And when you smile at me, you know exactly what to do. Oh baby, don't pretend that you don't know it's true. 'Cause I could see it when I look at you. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing. You're every line, you're every word, you're everything. You're a carousel, you're a wishing well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery, you're from outer space, you're every minute of every day. And I can't believe all that I'm your girl. And I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever
I'm just trying to make you see. She's the kind of girl you dream of keeping hold of. You better forget it. You never get it. She won't play around and leave you and deceive you. You better forget it. Oh, you'll regret it. No, you'll never tell her to leave it. Get out, quit, 'cause seeing is believing. It's the only way you'll ever know. She's an easy lover. She get a hold on you, believe it. She's like no other. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees. Easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't feel it. Like no other. And I'm just trying to make you see. You're the one who wants to hold her and control her. You better forget it. You'll never get it. For she say there's no other. Say there's no other. Till she finds another. Better forget it. Yes, you'll regret it. Don't try to test her, just leave it. You know the only one to sing it is believing. It's the only way. You'll never know.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the government of South Africa and our co-hosts, the world.
Don't try to test her, leave it. You know the only one to sing it is believing. It's the only way. You'll never know. She get a hold on you, believe it. Just like no other. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees. Easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't feel it. Like no other. And I'm just trying to make you see. She's an easy lover. She get a hold on you, believe it. Just like no other. I'm just trying to make you see.
Sorry, I ain't got no money. I'm not trying to be funny, but I left it all at home today. You can call me what you wanna. I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. You might knock me down. You might knock me down. But I will get back up again. You can call it how you wanna. I ain't giving you $1 this time. I ain't gonna run away. This time
Try this trick and spit it, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? I was swimming in the Caribbean. Animals were hiding behind the rock, except the little fish. But they told me he swears, tried to talk me coy coy. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? With your feet on the air and your head on the ground, try this trick and spit it, yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is Lucid dreams, life's a highway, too many roads, bypass my way. Oh, they never begin. Innocence, coming a grip at the hands of life's stinking cold thief. That's my concept of sin. Does heaven wait, oh heavenly, over the next horizon? Oh, this one race she won't win. 'Cause life's no cruise with a good chick. Too many folks feeling car sick, but it never pulls in. Bruce's thoughts, pretty streamers, 'cause this world needs its dreamers. They never wake up. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than cursing girls. Look at us now, start counting. What adds up the way they did when we were young. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than cursing girls. Look at us now, start counting. What adds up the way they did when we were young. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than cursing girls. Look at us now, start counting. What adds up the way they did when we were young. And didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know.
too long. With all a heart's desire, be strong, you won't be alone forever, 'cause we belong together, we belong forever to those eyes. We all together want to grow, together want to grow, together all in Zion. We've been caring for so long, we've been trying for too long, with all our heart's desire. Be strong, you won't be alone forever, 'cause we belong together, we belong forever, we belong forever to both sides. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. Never deny, never deny Zion. I never deny Zion. Oh, beautiful Zion. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. Never deny, never deny, never deny Zion. I never deny Zion, my beautiful Zion. Looking for you, you were looking for me, always reaching for you, you were too blind to see. Love of my heart, well leave me alone, I'm falling apart, no good on my own. Mon amour broke my heart and I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy you love supposed to do? Why throw it away? Why walk out on me? I just live for the day, for the way it should be. There once was a time, have you here by my side? You say I wasn't your kind, only here for the ride. Mon amour broke my heart and I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy you love supposed to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the session. Please take your seats. We encourage you to sit as close to the front as is practicably possible. I repeat, please do take your seats. We're about to begin momentarily.
Tore me apart. I
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We are about to begin momentarily. Please sit as close as you can to the front, just so that we can be able to make sure we have enough space for other incoming delegates.
O sol, vê se não esquece e me ilumina. Preciso de você aqui. O sol, vê se enriquece a minha melanina. Só você me faz sorrir. E quando você vem, tudo fica bem mais tranquilo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. We are about to begin shortly. Please do fill the seats in between the rows and in front of you. Thank you so much.
E toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai. Toda vez que você sai, o mundo se distrai. Quem fica, ficou. Quem foi, vai, vai, vai. Vai, vai, vai. Vê se não esquece e me ilumina. Preciso de você aqui. O sol, vê se enriquece a minha melanina. Só você me faz sorrir. E quando você vem, tudo fica bem mais tranquilo. Oh, tranquilo. Que assim seja. She got a lot of pretty, pretty voice that she confronts. I'll be dancing in the courtyard, a sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I call up the captain, please bring me my wine. He said he haven't had the spirit here since 1960.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to take your seats so that we can begin. So, I had a nice list of things that I'd written down to say, but as I stood on stage and looked at all of you here, I was quite overwhelmed. And I think all this is to say you could have been anywhere in the world today, but you are here with us. In my book, that deserves a round of applause to all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Global DPI Summit here in Cape Town, South Africa. This is a beautiful place to host a summit such as this, and we're excited to be engaged with all of you. This is going to be an amazing 3 days, 4 days for those who started yesterday and had amazing day zero activities. How many of us were here yesterday? A round of applause. I think we've been able to convene the DPI community, and that's an amazing thing to be able to do, to energize and galvanize the community. But before I get teary-eyed and excited, some protocols need to be respected. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our host minister, the Honourable Minister Solly Malatsi, the Minister of Telecommunications and Digital Transformation for South Africa. A round of applause. I recognize the presence of His Excellency, Minister Stephen Puti, the Minister of Public Service from the Kingdom of Lesotho. I recognize the presence of His Excellency, Minister Sid Ali Zerouki, Minister of Posts and Telecommunications from Algeria. We also recognize the presence of His Excellency, Minister Abd al-Razak Nache, Minister of Telecommunications and Digital Economy from Palestine. We're also graced with the presence of His Excellency James Mbwana, the Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania to South Africa. We also recognize the deputy ministers here present and the delegated representatives from various countries, international organizations, colleagues, and partners. In addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the opportunity to recognize the representatives of the 5 co-hosts of the Global DPI Summit. Allow me to recognize the presence of Co-Develop CEO CV Maduka, of ITU's Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Thomas Lamanuskis. We shall receive a video message from the Office of Digital and Emerging Technologies Under Secretary General Amandeep Gill. Allow me to recognize the presence of UNDP Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Robert Opp. And allow me to recognize the presence of the World Bank's Digital Vice President, Mr. Sangbu Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, with the protocol set aside, we are here in Cape Town. We are in the mother city, and some dare say the beating heart of Africa. And so to give you a taste of the occasion and the place where we are, ladies and gentlemen, the lights shall be dimmed, the drums shall be beat for some entertainment to set the pace. Team, take it away.
Ndivumeleni ndixhentse taba yetafile. You are blessed to be on African soil. Ngabla wenu nethemba, ngabla wenu nethemba latshoni lang. Ngamla wenu nethemba latshoni lang. Ngamla wenu nethemba latshoni lang. Ngamla wenu nethemba, wenu nethemba. Ngamla wenu nethemba, ngamla wenu nethemba. Ngamla wenu nethemba, ngamla wenu nethemba.
Now, without further ado, we have been hearing and seeing a lot of DPI happening around the world. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about at this summit is deployments and the impact of these deployments to people, communities, countries. And I think it's important to see that there's momentum around DPI because of the work that you have been doing over several years. And we come together, we celebrate that work, and we encourage ourselves and each other to ensure that that work continues. So to begin that thread in terms of being able to recognize this work that's taking place, there is incredible work taking place across South Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, I will not take too much time, and I think there's a man who can certainly tell you about
United Nations, the World Bank Group, the International Telecommunications Union. Welcome to Cape Town. Colleagues, it is an absolute privilege for me to pursuing a new opportunity, can prove their identity, make payments securely, and get on with life without the disruption of long queues. And we saw what they did today, even with the use of technology outside, but also to do so with the ease of convenience. It is when people can access services easily, securely, and when the trust between citizens and governments can grow. When that trust, it is the practical ability to set our own standards, to protect our people, and to participate in global markets on our terms. That requires openness, portability, security, inclusion, and pro-competition as non-negotiable principles on this journey. Our continental opportunity is cross-border interoperability. A professional should be able to verify qualifications across all borders. A small business should be able to transact and track customs digitally. A traveler should be able to authorize the use of verified data for safe and fast movement. And if we align our foundations, the benefits will grow. And South Africa has been using our G20 presidency to advance an agenda that treats public digital infrastructure as a global public good. That means practical cooperation on open standards, reference implementations that countries can reuse, and playbooks that include governance, procurement, assurance. And I repeat, the basis of this is to ensure that Africa's digital future is built on the continent, in partnership with the world, on open standards that respect sovereignty and competition. Ultimately, we are contributing to a global model. Not effective DPI requires identity verification, payments that are safe and affordable, data exchange that is secure and accountable, and access to more government services from fewer points of entry. This week is our opportunity to learn from others about what works and to reflect on what we need to change in our environments to secure more efficiency. I also firmly believe that we can do this by looking at what our neighbors and counterparts are achieving, and we can emulate their efforts and build on those successes. And as our MC said, we have been making progress on this front in South Africa. And I'll start by sharing some key insights on the key success factors that have allowed us to make the progress on our DPI priorities. On our journey with DPI started with the launch of the 7th Administration's Digital Transformation Roadmap, which we launched in May. In less than 6 months, the early components of reusable DPI are already functional. And while we still have a long way to go and various complexities to navigate, Our early progress shows that national digital transformation can be delivered rapidly, inclusively, and at scale. We have forms and is driven by leadership from the presidency. And I, as the Minister of Communications and Digital from the presidency, and I, as the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, lead the interministerial every single component of our DPI, so that we can serve the unique and diverse needs of South Africa's population, including mobile-first architecture. We are also building with continental integration priorities in mind, so that future cross-border interoperability and credential recognition is already accounted for. It is our ambition, what we think our people need in terms of actually addressing what they've put front and center. And the question that we need to always confront is whether is our single point of access platform enough for someone from a rural village with little digital exposure to use, or are we excluding those on the other side of the digital divide even more by failing to design for all levels of digital literacy? Secondly, we must see DPI as an opportunity to reconsider how government delivers services. The last thing we want to do is to digitize inefficient processes. We must listen to our people to figure out what their procedural pain points are, so that we leverage the potential of DPI to smooth out clunky processes and unnecessary systems for compliance. And if we get all of these aspects right, we can transition from DPI as technology to DPI as an enabler of dignity and promote efficiency. And now I'd like to showcase one of our most distinct DPI use cases. And to do this, I'll ask the team to showcase the video that we have that showcases one of our early examples in terms of the progress that we are making. And while the video will be playing, I'll be able to showcase to you, and many of you, particularly from a South African component, have heard about this Mzansi user service channel that we have established. And what it enables us is, through one touch, you are able to access a variety of government services. And for these purposes, we'll be using the example of the driver's license. So on my device, we'll go through the digital wallet. That digital wallet takes us directly to the digital driver's license card. It has all the credentials, including the names, the card number, and in there it will also have the category of the license, including whether you've got any traffic fines on that or not. We'll then be able to proceed by sharing, and the reflection of the QR code will enable the traffic officer, if you are stopped at a traffic operation, to first verify whether that is a legitimate digital license and whether indeed it is works. And the South African legend of often being asked for a cold drink on the spot will not prevail in this regard, because it will be digitally verified that your license is in compliance. So this was the fast-tracked version of how you'll be able to access this use case. But I'll ask the team to showcase the video in much more slower terms so that the step-by-step process emphasizes the ease of use and the ability to integrate into the Department of Transport and our national e-NATIS system to verify your driver's license. Thank you very much. And as we have seen, this demonstrates how in a very few minutes you'll be able to integrate through our central system and showcase that. And while it may seem like a very simple demonstration, but it speaks about the power of technology. It is a story about speed. It is a story about our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. I think everyone here can stairs, which I am dutifully told are full of delegates following the proceedings that are taking place here. So I think a round of applause for those in our overflow rooms. Additionally, there's a QR code on the screen. What will happen with that QR code? I'm sure you received some information in the logistics notes before you came. If you scan that QR code, you're able to, on your device, follow the proceedings in English, French, Portuguese, Arabic, Swahili, and generally in any language that you prefer. One of 80 languages that are available on the platform. So please do scan the QR code to follow that for interpretation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next. Cannot travel alone. So cannot travel alone. So put together a number of partners, first with UNDP and ITU, and then following that with Odette and the World Bank, and said, let us convene a Global DPI Summit. And the World Bank, and said, let us convene a Global DPI Summit. And
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you. We've convened, when we started looking at the UN SDGs came up with 16.9 as a legal identity for all as one of the SDGs, is in the last 3 years approximately, we've seen a number of markers that I think are markers of progress for all of us. The first is we have many more countries working on DPI and the last DPI and are saying we want to focus on trust and governance of DPI, without which DPI will not work. So I think these markers are important as we look at the last few years of progress, and it just commits us to saying we just have a lot more to do together. We have the first beneficiary benefiting from that implementation, right? Thank you. I think we have a good indication of where we think, how long does it take typical implementation of digitization from the time of inception to the time we have the first beneficiary. 45% of us think it's 2 to 4 years. A third of us think it's more than 4 years. The reason I think this poll is important is, of course, the acknowledgement amongst all of us that it does in fact take that much time. But I wanted to ask ourselves here, as we look at these numbers, there's something fundamentally flawed about the status quo. We are in 2025 talking of artificial general intelligence on the one hand. We are saying we'll go to Mars in 5 years. A digitization project cannot be taking anywhere between 2 and 4 or 4+ years. And 70% of us are saying it takes at least 2 to 4, and 35% of us are saying it takes more than 4 years. The status quo is simply unacceptable. And so my call to action for all of us is, what is it that we can collectively do as a metric to say, how do you bring that number down to maybe half of what it needs to be in the next 3 years? Jordan, can you pop the next question, please? What are the design choices that are most critical to helping DPI implementations earn trust and reach population scale? Is this a word cloud? Yeah, Jordan, please add your words. Wonderful. We have some things emerging here. I think on top of the list are both inclusion and interoperability competing with one another, and trust and inclusion safeguards emerging second. I think the notion that safeguards are critical and trust is critical for DPI cannot be overstated. And I think as we look at the next 3 years, are we able to think about how we measure these and track these across the globe? Because if we don't do it, we won't be able to pay attention to those. So these are two poles that I hope sort of bring to light the issues that we have in front of us through these 3 days, but well beyond after we leave Cape Town and get back to where we have all come from. So I think I'll conclude by saying that the DPI Summit, we hope, is a place for us to come together, convene, talk to each other, plan out what we might do in the next year or two, and then come back next year to say what we've achieved. My hope is that this will be a convening of action and collaboration. And as the Minister well said, I think we are all in this, including in Africa, as contributors and not implementers of a global vision. And I think the community here is the essence of what we are saying about inclusion and contributors from around the globe. And this is an exciting moment. Very happy to be here. Thank you very much. Look forward to the 3 days ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madhuka. And I think those polls were very revealing in terms of how we are viewing the future and the digital transformation that's taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to call upon to give his remarks and then join Madhuka on stage, the Deputy Secretary General of the ITU, Mr. Thomas Lamaluskas. The DSG, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's so amazing to be here in Cape Town and South Africa. Indeed, thank you very much, South African Minister of Digital Communications, Digital Technologies. You see, I learned that now from the moderator. Indeed, for giving us great excuses to come here to South Africa. You know, this is my just second visit. It's just over a month with the Space Leaders Summit before, and also beautiful Hermanus, and now Cape Town here today. So indeed, and this is our second Global DPI Summit, and again, big thanks to Co-Develop of really leading on that, and we heard from CEO before, and big thanks for our partners, UNDP, World Bank, and Office on Digital Emerging Technologies for really being with us in that journey to making the DPIs more impactful here for everyone. And again, as moderator said, we really see the great success here. I think yesterday was told around 50% more registrations than last year, but I think, you know, with the overflow rooms and this full setup here, it's really demonstration how important DPI is. And it is really important. And I think when we think about DPI, sometimes it sounds like, especially when we mention that in the 3 words, it sounds like a very abstract digital public infrastructure. But it's not about those abstract words. It's about actually people having better access to education, people having better access to government services, people having better access to healthcare services, people being able to really manage their daily lives in much greater efficiency, and it's so great to see the Minister demonstrating that so visibly on this screen here today. We indeed had a great progress, as CEO said, of Co-Develop. We had a great progress on reaching more people with DPIs around the world. We indeed had around now 64 deployments of digital ID based on DPIs. We had nearly 100 deployments of digital payment DPI systems. We had more than 100 deployments on data exchange systems. We really see that taking really big strides. However, at the same time, this is not very equally distributed. And you still see the map of DPI deployments. This is very strongly concentrated around Europe, then goes to North America and other regions. However, here in Africa, we still have the way to go. As well as we compare with the income levels, we see also that not being very equally distributed, and again, being quite a bit there to go. However, this is where we really need the DPI most. If you look, and I think also CEO of Co-Develop mentioned about this progress under the SDGs, digital ID and digital payment systems, but that progress is still not there where we want it to be. Still around 1.4 billion around the world don't have access to financial system. Still around 950 million to 1 billion around the world don't have digital IDs. This is the issues that the DPI is solving for us. However, to solve those issues, we really need to overcome a few challenges, and I guess some of those were demonstrated here before. We need to really overcome the challenge of interoperability. So really deploying those digital systems, not as silos, not as different systems for different industries or different government departments, but really as integrated, interoperable systems that could work with governments around the world. And I'm very happy that GovStack is now really very strongly moving from standards, from principles and processes to actually very countries, including a number of countries around Africa. Looking more specifically, we made big strides on a digital ID with our Open Wallet Forum that is a joint initiative with the Linux Foundation and the Open Wallet Foundation that works really to make sure that digital IDs based on open interoperable systems are available around the world. And again, the third pillar of that is our open source ecosystem enablement projects, where we're really trying to help countries to create those ecosystems. So if GovStack and open and digital IDs are about what we're trying to achieve, open source enablement is about how we're trying to achieve, really inculcating that very open way of developing technologies around the world. What I heard also last year, very importantly, is about that we also need to really look more specifically in applications in specific areas. And that's where we already have some initiatives, and we'll be happy to cover there, where we look at the DPIs in education, DPIs in health, DPIs in smart cities, DPIs in agriculture, really making sure that we make impact in those areas. And again, not in the silo approaches, not like specifically addressing all of those sectors, but really looking at how those foundational interoperable systems can really affect the great outcomes here. And finally, and again, just mentioning, the theme of the summit is really from the principles to implementation, and then and really actual services benefiting the people. So really looking forward to the discussion today and these coming days, how to make sure the DPIs is really not just that concept, sometimes abstract concept that only techies care about, but really make impact in everyone's lives. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for those powerful and inspiring words. As we go on, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a video address coming from the Undersecretary of the Office of Digital and Emerging Technologies. And as he gives this address, we'll also invite, representing him here, Dr. Medisnene, to join our panelists on stage. And then the technical team, if may please.
Opportunity before us. Transformative power in our hands. The power to redesign how governments serve their people, how economies create opportunity, and how societies build resilience in an increasingly digital world. We must be clear, DPI is not one more app, one more platform, or one more system added to an already crowded digital landscape. It's the foundation for digital transformation that's holistic, integrated, and resilient. At the national level, that foundation means faster, more affordable, and more reliable public services. DPI expands opportunity and anchors a more inclusive digital economy. At the regional level, interoperable DPIs can transform fragmentation into integration, open larger markets, and drive scale. That's how startups find demand beyond their borders, how innovators gain the confidence to develop ambitious solutions, and how investors find the certainty to commit capital. Beyond visible service delivery, there is the deeper, often overlooked opportunity. DPI enables trusted data ecosystems. the bedrock of responsible AI research and development and breakthrough innovations. Without trustworthy, well-governed data, the promise of AI will remain out of reach. The choices we make now will shape the inclusiveness and competitiveness of developing economies for a generation. These are not decisions we can afford to get wrong. Let me address a critical point on safeguards. DPI safeguards are not brakes halting progress, they are seatbelts. They make it possible to implement and scale DPI safely, inclusively, and at pace. By protecting human rights, privacy, and security, safeguards build trust, and trust enables societies to move faster and further. With trust, citizens use services, businesses invest, and innovators build. Trust turns DPI rails into tangible public value. Colleagues, today we cannot ignore the geopolitical headwinds. Because times are difficult, collaboration and collective action matter more than ever. Resilience matters more than ever. We need shared learning that prevents costly mistakes, capacity building that accelerates progress, targeted investments that maximize impact, and a steadfast commitment to inclusion that ensures no one is left behind. Let us choose to build DPI that is open, safe, people-centered, and drives equitable growth. Let us measure success by the trust we earn and the benefits we unlock for those who need it most. Let's move with purpose and momentum, turning today's potential into tomorrow's lasting progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that address. And at that point, we invite Dr. Medis Nene to join our panelists on stage, representing Odette. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to also give his remarks and join the panelists on stage, UNDP's Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Robert Off. A round of applause.
Thank you, Garakai. I know it's getting a little repetitive, but Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, please, if you'll forgive me for going through the whole list. It is such a pleasure to be here. It is such a pleasure to be part of the organization of the second Global DPI Summit. I think we are starting to see real momentum enter into the field. And I would just start by saying a little bit about why UNDP is interested in this space and why we've leaned in on this space. United Nations Development Program is a human development organization. And it is increasingly clear that sustainable development and the SDGs and all of the national goals that are put forward for development will simply not be possible without understanding the role of digitalization. And the difference between having a digital infrastructure that works, is people-centric, is trustworthy, and a digital infrastructure that isn't those things, that is ineffective, inefficient, excludes people, the developmental impact difference is huge. And this is why, as a human development organization, we really believe that this is something important for us to invest in. Because as we start to see countries around the world adopting practices that are effective, we don't want to see the reinvention of the wheel. Thomas mentioned something about ministries competing, countries doing their own thing. We can accelerate the cycle if we are able to share the lessons, share the experiences, share the good practices, and ensure that we are building safe and inclusive digital infrastructure around the world. And for us, those safe digital infrastructures have a few key components, and I was really happy to see the Slido word cloud come up and say interoperability and inclusion, trust, safeguards, these were all central elements of the word cloud. And so I'm really pleased. It seems like already you are seeing the value of those things and the centrality of them. So it is increasingly important for us to understand how can we accelerate that safe and inclusive digital infrastructure around the world for the developmental impact that we seek. We believe it starts with a whole of government approach. It's a whole of society approach, ultimately, one that rests on the ability to establish trust, that ability to build interoperable systems, and ultimately to scale, and scale in a way that people feel the impact every day. So ultimately, the vision of UNDP for the space of digital public infrastructure is not that it becomes the word on everyone's lips. Ultimately, DPI should simply be the way that we do things. And we do that in a way that protects people, puts people at the center, puts safety and trust and inclusion at the center, and makes the technology work for people. So for us, these are the fundamentals, and this is why we're here, and we're so glad to welcome you all here as well as part of the organization team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Opp, for those opening remarks and for setting this pace. Allow me to invite to also join the panelists on stage, the World Bank's Digital Vice President, Mr. Sangbu Kim. A round of applause. Now we've got the representatives of the co-hosts here with us, and when they asked me to moderate this particular session, I said, only if you allow me to ask one question to the co-hosts, and they graciously said yes. So I have one question for you all that hopefully will set the pace for all the delegates that we have here and in the overflow rooms. First thing I'll ask is if you all have a microphone on your seat. Ah, wonderful. Just wanted to make sure. I'll start with you, Mr. Kim. I'd love to get a sense of what your vision is for this summit and for DPI in the future. I think.
Thank you. From the World Bank perspective, DPI, again, this is very fundamental issues. Not only individual ID, but also so many public information and registration can be a part of very important infrastructure for digital use. Why it is very important is that without ID and payment and very fundamental infrastructure, users cannot really use the productive transactional services. That's how we see the importance of the DPI. So through this summit, I want to see some more new ideas and some more collaborative, some effort along with the partners. And at the same time, the last thing I really want to highlight is that the importance of the private and public partnerships. Because even though it is initiated and started from the public sector, without involvement from the private sector, so that we can fully utilize this ID solutions for the public and private service usage, it is really hard to really achieve the ultimate goals. So I want to see some more collaboration with private and public.
Thank you so much, Vice President. A round of applause. We're certainly seeing the good work that the World Bank is doing, and congratulations for that. And thank you so much for charting a vision to the future. Rob, I'm coming to you. The future does look bright. Some say we'll be on Mars in 5 years. Perhaps let's not talk about Mars, but about DPI. Where do you see that trajectory going in terms of changing people's lives over the next 5 years?
That was for me?
Yes, absolutely.
Ultimately, I think it's about accelerating, as I just said, it's about accelerating development. And it's about putting people at the center. So ultimately, in the next 5 years, I think we really start to understand how to put together the systems, the payment systems, digital ID in the most effective ways. And as Sangbu just said, really understand public and private partnerships and the role, how to bring private sector in on the sort of digital public infrastructure rails that are established by government, how to ensure that we have meaningful civil society participation. And also, we also see a number of implementation challenges, and these are faced by countries worldwide about how to sustain local action, keep the momentum going. This is not a kind of one-off investment that gets made and then it's done. It is something that countries absolutely need to have the capacity on the ground to maintain in local areas to drive forward the implementation of these different elements of DPI. So in 5 years, what I'd really like to see is that we understand more and more about how to make those things work so that we can share it with everybody and ultimately move toward that notion that this is the way we do things, because this is the way that is going to achieve the most and the strongest and most sustainable human development.
Thank you so much, Rob. We are inspired. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mehdi, I'm coming to you with a similar question. Could you please chart your vision for the future and for this summit?
Yeah, thanks so much, Garike. Firstly, let me explain why the UN is sitting in this discussion on our role. The United Nations being created after the Second World War on the top of the League of Nations with three main pillars: development, peacekeeping, and human rights. And then across the many years, there's a lot of negotiations and conventions and agreement happening at the UN on the climate change, financial change, many subjects. And recently, a year ago, one of the biggest and first framework in terms of digital cooperation have been signed at the UN, which is the Global Digital Compact, with DPI as a core pillar inside of that compact. So that means that all the member states at the UN agreed on digital cooperation, how to take it forward, and how to discuss the digital cooperation together. And that's where I see literally the DPI. DPI, we are not building DPI for the sake of DPI. That's not the purpose. The DPI is a tool and is not a mean. It's not the results. I think DPI will serve for better cooperation, and we have seen it already with the trade in the East African community, how DPI accelerated the trade process across different member states participating in the East African community by helping in standardization of the ID, but also for the payment exchange. And that's where I see, I think, the DPI in the upcoming years. Building better cooperation, building better opportunities, and making life easier for those who are or not today deserved by the digital opportunities or by digital infrastructure. So I think the use case that we are explaining about the East African community when it comes to the trade is a very stunning use case, because it was a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach as we used to have, building on real requirements and real needs. And I think that's where we need to direct the DPI, towards real requirements, real needs, listening to the citizens and connecting them.
Thank you so much, Mehdi. I think that really certainly sets the pace. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy SG, I come to you. IT has been doing incredible work in digital transformation and in DPI. How do you see this summit and the future for our audience?
No, so thank you very much. And again, great to be here, as I mentioned in my opening. I think sometimes these type of summits I think the problem we identify is preaching to the converted, So people are already here because they believe in what we're doing together. So I think, and sometimes when we talk about these big ideas, it's like, do I really need to repeat those big ideas here? Because, people here, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be here if they wouldn't share the vision of the digital public infrastructure, something that will improve people's lives. The digital public infrastructure we need to build together to really make sure that, all the sustainable development is put back on track, and actually we make the world more prosperous and more inclusive, more sustainable place. However, at the same time, I see this event as a place where we build that community of champions, build that community of change makers, and build that community that then goes out into their own communities, into their own countries, talks with their colleagues, whether it's ministers talking with their own colleagues at the cabinet, whether it's a private sector colleagues, talking to the different stakeholders in their countries, whether it's civil society advocating for that we are together understand what are the key messages, what are the key solutions, and how we can achieve that together. And I think here, these summits are really important in that regard, really having this touch point to all of us align where we're going, and then really building that for the world. And I think here just a few thoughts to leave with, and I think that's kind of reiterating something that I mentioned in opening. First, it's really that imperative on interconnected foundational thinking. And regretfully, we're still a little bit of a siloed approach. It's regretfully a lot of funding, even a lot of sustainable development goals discussions are still very much across the specific areas, which is all right. That's where the impact is. But I think we really need to see how we can integrate that thinking about that we need to fund foundational infrastructure to be able to build on this. Be it, and I'm of course speaking from my side, foundational digital infrastructure, that means cables and data centers, because we need those as well. But then of course digital public infrastructure on top of that, and building that digital public infrastructure not for the Ministry of Digital, not for the Ministry of Communications, but across the government, across the society. The second is indeed interoperability. And of course, this is a DNA of ITU. We are a standard development organization in addition to being UN agency. And of course, standards are crucial to make sure that those global solutions are able to learn from the global experiences and then being implemented on the ground. So I think really that standardization approach, really being together, making sure that we put our joint ideas into standards is important. And then last, and that's what I already mentioned, this is really implementation, and that's kind of what it is all about. I think, again, some of the initiatives that we are now very actively involved, really moving that direction, like, for example, GovStack, the new great initiative for Gov Market, really linking the private sector that has the solutions with the governments and others that want to implement that. That's one example. There's the procurement guidelines and how to actually procure those solutions. Then specific tests in different countries, be it in Tanzania on digital health and others, to really making sure that those solutions now hit the ground and are implemented. And I think that's really now important to bring that from global discussions, standard discussions, to real implementation, and then of course looking in the specific deliverables, as we mentioned, across the areas, health, education, agriculture, cities, all these areas, to make sure that we deliver those results. So we start from the integrated approach, but then we deliver where it matters for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy SG. A round of applause. I think it's certainly important to bring a lot of these discussions ultimately into practice. Mantuka, I come to you. If you may chart your vision for the summit and for the future.
The future is DPI. I wanted to maybe also use this opportunity to talk about three things that I believe may be important. One is, I think it's a collective regret on the part of our co-hosts here that you don't have a woman on the stage on the opening panel. We are conscious of that, but due to a certain set of circumstances that you probably are already aware, it turns out that all of our leadership folks from different organizations happen to be men here. And so, but we have taken great care to address this through all of our remaining sessions for the 3 days to make sure that we have enough representation of brilliant, bright women from across the world. The second thing is I wanted to acknowledge the contributions of digital public goods who have made a lot of this movement possible in the last few years and will continue to play a very important role in shaping this ecosystem. Many of them are grantees in the audience and will be speaking on many panels as we go through the next 3 days. They have made a very important contribution and will be very important in shaping this ecosystem in the next few years. The last thing I wanted to end is my hope for the event, to address your core question, Garika, is to ensure that we build this community, make this stronger, collaborate more, and use this opportunity to really, warm handshakes always are helpful, breaking bread is helpful, and use this opportunity for us to get together, know each other better, and collaborate better going forward. Thank you so much. Looking forward to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhuka. And also, I think it's great that you have also stated the commitment by the co-host to make sure that at the next edition we have a lot more gender representation on stage. So the idea is that we'll keep it precise and concise. At the end of the summit, we'll come back to each of your organizations and ask if the summit has met muster, if the discussions you've had have been valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our co-hosts. I'll ask you just to stand, take a step forward for a photo opportunity before we usher you off stage. If you may come together for a photo opportunity. Our photography teams are getting onto it, but everyone is a photographer these days, I'm told. All right, thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to our co-hosts. As they come off stage, I think we've been inspired. We've got a sense of what to expect over the next 3 days. But just to top it up, we're going to show a video that rounds up the first segment before we go into, according to our agenda, the next segment. So I'm going to ask our technical team to play our introductory summit video.
In Cairo, we lit the spark. A shared understanding began to take shape. That digital public infrastructure isn't a concept. It's the foundation of inclusive, sovereign, digital societies. Since then, the world has moved. From sandbox to scale, from prototypes to production-grade systems. 40-plus countries are deploying foundational DPI, IDs, payments, data exchange, with real users, real services, and real constraints. Now we meet again in Cape Town, not to revisit definitions, but to confront the hard questions of implementation. What works? What doesn't? What must change? At this summit, we'll unpack live deployments, stress test interoperability frameworks, challenge assumptions around procurement and policy, and co-develop the governance, safeguards, and playbooks the world needs. Because DPI is no longer just about infrastructure. It's about trust, scale, resilience, and designing systems that serve everyone, especially the most vulnerable. This is DPI in practice. This is where open standards meet open challenges. Welcome to Cape Town. Welcome to the Global DPI Summit 2025.
Welcome to the Global DPI Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this closes the first chapter in our opening sequence, but we will not lose our step. He's also a passionate advocate for social impact through education, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Under his leadership, the group has empowered thousands of young Africans with scholarships, leadership training, and opportunities to pursue global excellence. He is also a recipient of numerous awards, including the Ernst & Young World Entrepreneur of the Year Award and recognition by the United Nations and Forbes. He certainly exemplifies the power of visionary leadership rooted in purpose and integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. James Mwangi.
Thank you very much. And I want to, from the onset, to align myself and adopt protocols as observed, but single out the privilege that I feel for being incorporated among the people who would participate in this worthy meeting. I've been given the task of really articulating how we could harness private sector for Africa DPI. And broadly looking at the private sector and DPI, I don't see any contradictions, and hence it is easy for me to articulate how we could harness these, being one of the private sector practitioners. While we agree that we didn't come here for definitions of DPI, allow me to try and reinstate why it is important for the private sector for perspective to really support DPI. DPI from private sector perspective has three major focuses. The first one being digital ID systems, the second one being digital payment systems, and the third one being data exchange systems. When you look at the private sector, these are the rails that private sector functions on. We can't serve without knowing who we are serving. So digital ID comes front. In everything we do, it ends with payment because it's about exchange of value and goods. And so payment becomes very, very central. And of course, understanding our consumers and our clients, data is very, very essential. So as you can see, then it becomes very easy for the private sector to associate and to harness, particularly the DPI on the African continent. As we take toll of where we are, it is true that Africa is lagging behind. Countries like India has made enormous progress in development of their DPI capabilities and competencies, and we have seen the transformational effect. We can only envy what has been done. And it's on that score that the private sector would like to play a significant role to ensure Africa doesn't remain behind. There are four factors why it is important for the private sector in Africa to play a role. First is now we have entered the era of private sector-led development financing. The era of public sector financing is really coming closer to sunset. We have seen this for the last 80 years, but what we have seen is most parts have been left behind because of distribution. Data reflects, as at last year, the private sector market cap is 125% larger than the world GDP as we know it. We were told that year alone that DPI's biggest role is to fast track and act as a rail for enhancing development. And development is defined as goods and services produced within a country, GDP. And when you look at who produces goods and services, it's the private sector. So we can see the interconnectedness of these rails with what the private sector. And the private sector would do much better if it had DPI, particularly at a continental level, not at a country level. And why at a continental level? Because the biggest opportunity for the private sector is to facilitate the African continental free trade area to become a single market. So a single market should have a single identity for facilitating and trade. So it's for that reason the private sector would wish it to be more involved. The second one is the opportunity. When you look at Africa, its contribution to leverage on digital rails. All of us in the private sector are using wallets, we're using super apps, but I want to position those as having a tarmac in your compound from the gate to the house. And you can enjoy the tarmac for 2 seconds as you reach the gate, and then you go to a dirty earthy road. That's what all these proprietary apps and wallets are doing to us. They are not interoperable, they are not society level, they are at enterprise ecosystem level, and that is where the problem is. We are not everything to the consumer, and that's where the challenge starts. Because we are in those non-interoperable systems that crosses the view of the customer. And a customer cannot have as many apps as there are companies on the African continent. And that is why the private sector would then choose to build public digital infrastructure. To me, DPI are digital natives. And if they are digital natives, we would put them in great comfort if we provided them public innovation, public digital DPIs, simply because that's what they have been brought up into. That is the one. Digital public infrastructure provides those rails that our youthful population can leapfrog on and play a significant role, serve Africa while serving the world. And I see that as the private sector opportunity to open itself to the global world. So when you look at that then perspective, you then see why the private sector would play a big role. Of necessity, governments are struggling and private sector driven. We now have roads which are PPP built, so the private sector has the capability. The governments are in a position to create an environment and a mechanism and appropriate incentives for the private sector to fund the development of DPI on the African continent. In perspective of transformation of the African continent, there would be no better way than having digital public infrastructure to enable Africa to leapfrog on technology, either to catch up with the rest of the world or to surpass the rest of the world, because then it becomes the center of excellence for DPI usage because of the advantage. One, of a youthful population, two, of a large population of 1.4, and anticipated by 2050 to be 2.6 billion of the world population, broadly a quarter of the world population. When you look at that IMF data, 2050, 42% of the world labor force will be in Africa. But population be using. It's my submission that the best tools that we can avail to that labor force would be digital public infrastructure, because they could work for Africa, in Africa, and can serve the rest of the world, because these are interoperable systems at a global level. So they can serve the rest of the world while still in Africa. And hopefully that becomes the turning point for Africa's transformation through growth. Let me add by looking at perspective that governments would look at DPI in accommodating the private sector. The first one is policy. It is imperative for government to develop comprehensive, coherent policies that allows the private sector to play. Most of it is the concept we talked about. I think there is agreement on how policy outlook would be. The second one is the issue of incentives to direct private sector investment into DPIs. We have special economic zones, we have everything else, we have manufacturing, we have export processing zones. Is it possible for us to build incentive schemes for DPI? It's good that the initial DPI system in the world were supported by philanthropists, foundations, and the rest. But given the scale, the fact that the concept have been proven, now it's no longer the justification of philanthropic money, de-risking the innovation, proving the concept has happened. And Africa will not have that privilege, that it will be funded by donors and philanthropists, because the role of grant money is to prove concept, is to make them viable and leave them the private sector. So it's inappropriate for governments then to quickly jump in and realize that Africa, the best thing of mobilizing domestic capital in developing DPI infrastructure is that Africa doesn't just become a user, but becomes an owner of its own infrastructure. And that is what would be the most important thing, so that it's add its stock of wealth from its own citizens and then grow the economies of the economies. The second aspect that the government would really look at itself is to seed and to accept to be a partner with the private sector. The private sector will not succeed if it's not in partnership with the government because of the safeguards that require to be built. DPI is public infrastructure, and if it's public infrastructure, the protection of the public, the responsibility lies not with the private sector, it lies with the government to ensure and to enforce and ensure that is done. So we in the private sector, once again, commit that this is our movement to build rails that could support the acceleration of development through private sector-led development finance. Let me close by talking about Equity Bank. We have 22 million customers spread into 6 markets, but these markets operate on a standalone basis. The last 2 years, we have conducted 36 trade missions between the countries, taking entrepreneurs from one country to the other to explore opportunities. But the pace of trade has not matched the pace of the number of trade missions that we have done. And the biggest challenge we have identified is the question of policies, cross-border challenges. And those are some of the issues that the government can help to ensure a DPI operate at the moment. We would love it to operate even at economic common market blocks, then scale to the African continent. But those barriers of trade needs then to be addressed for DPIs to be effective. The issue of digital ID would solve the private sector in Africa and invest in a private sector-led digital public infrastructure. And I want to appeal to you. We have appealed to the core conveners of this conference. Most of them have signed up. I believe the others who signed up. I want to appeal to all of you to team up with us to ensure we build a digital infrastructure. We're not seeing it as a country-led infrastructure we are seeing it as a regional infrastructure, but open to continue to expand to cover the entire continent. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwangi. We certainly appreciate this. A round of applause. I think it's imperative that we see the private sector as a partner and that we continue to work together to ensure that we are creating safe and inclusive DPI. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we do not lose our stride. We're now getting into the final part of our opening sequence, and we're going to jump into a high-level panel. But allow me to introduce the moderator, who will then introduce her panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Nanjira Sambuli. Thank you.
Good morning. Let's hear some energy in the room. Good morning. We're entering into the first panel that will hear from government perspectives. The session of this panel is From Policy to Practice, Implementing Digital Public Infrastructure that Transforms Nations. As more nations are moving from policy design to implementation, the focus is now shifting to where the real test of impact lies, translating digital strategies into systems and services that improve lives and strengthen economies. In this panel, we will hear from leaders in government and international development institutions to share experiences and lessons from diverse contexts on practical dimensions of DPI implementation, partnerships between governments, development organizations, and the private sector, and how countries can sustain political commitment, ensure interoperability, and long-term digital resilience. To engage in this conversation with me, I'm pleased to invite to the stage Nele Loisk, who is a team lead at Knowledge Hub Digital of the European Commission. Welcome, Nele. We will also be joined by Honourable Minister Seed Ali Zerouki, who's from the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications, Algeria. Honourable Abdel Razak Natshi of the Ministry of Telecommunications and Digital Economy, Palestine. And last but not least, Honourable Stephen Mputi from the Ministry of Public Service from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you all. Now, before we begin our discussion, we have a recorded address from the Minister of Communications and Information Technology of the Government of Egypt, who you may know hosted the first DPI Summit. We'll have that video played and we'll get into our conversation. We see. May we please have the audio for the video?
This transition from the banks of the Nile in Cairo to the shores of the Cape of Good Hope embodies African collaboration and the spirit of continuity that the DPI movement was built upon. Last year in Cairo, under the auspices of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Egypt welcomed representatives from more than 100 countries. Since that milestone, Egypt has worked diligently to turn these priorities into action. We have shared our DPI implementation experience through global and regional platforms, including the Global Digital Summit this year in Washington, D.C., contributing actively to knowledge exchange across the Global South. Through the Decent Life initiative, we continue to extend broadband connectivity and digital services to rural communities while ramping up local device manufacturing to increase affordability and accessibility. And to ensure inclusivity in the services access, we continue to ramp up our upskilling and awareness programs to our citizens, reaching 500,000 learners annually. This is coupled with assisted digital channels such as Egypt Post, which is another reliable digital services outlet, ensuring that digital transformation truly leaves no one behind. Meanwhile, Egypt's GovTech Innovation Lab is nurturing a dynamic ecosystem of startups and SMEs, developing upon the interoperable solutions for government platforms. And to strengthen interoperability, we have embedded open source frameworks within our national digital identity and data exchange systems, ensuring secure, scalable, and cost-efficient integration across sectors. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you in secure, scalable, and cost-efficient integration across sectors. These national efforts are yielding tangible results. Egypt has advanced in the World Bank's GovTech Maturity Index, the United Nations E-Government Development Index, and the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, a reflection of our growing digital capabilities. Distinguished guests, Egypt stands shoulder to shoulder with our African brothers and sisters in advancing the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy and the aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. May this gathering in Cape Town culminate in successful deliberations and build further momentum towards building a prosperous digital future, ever more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient for all. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will begin this discussion with a question to all our panelists. To share your country or institution priorities for digital transformation and how you're moving or have moved from policy design to implementation. Minister Zaruki, if I may start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for South Africa government first for organizing and hosting us here in this beautiful country. And thank you to all the audience. Let me first start with something very important. I mean, digital public infrastructure is not a slogan today, it's something sovereign. What we are doing in Algeria is first, beside of bridging the gaps, is to make it available. It's giving access to each one, everyone, all over the country, getting access to solution, getting access to internet, getting access to digital platform. In fact, we are not only digitizing forms, but we are creating platforms, making it easy. And just as I give an example this morning, when we had this amazing recruitment exam, as you know, we have Algerian Post with 30 million customers, which is, I believe, is one of the biggest post or financial institution in the continent, and with the 30,000 employees. So whenever we open like a new recruitment session, there is thousands and thousands of people that are applying. We had like 180K candidates that applied at the same time, and it was only possible through digital platform to give access to each one, everyone, from the extreme desert, from the extreme south to the north, to the east, to the west, to get access to the exam and to perform tests from home, from coffee shop, from the beach side, and wherever they are. So with the same advantage to each one, everyone. So for us, once again, DPI is not only a slogan, but we have to act as a policymaker. We have to pass from policy to action. So this is our priority. And again, as I said, digitalization is not a project. It's a priority of the government. It's the priority of our president. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister Nachi, if I may come to you next.
Thank you. Let me first express my how grateful I am to be here with you. And I want to take the chance, before talking about DPI, to send a message from the people of Palestine and the leadership on our gratitude and how much thankful we are for, the people of South Africa, for the leadership, for making a stand for humanity and for making stand for what we believe in justice. So thank you very much. Now, when we talk about DPI, for Palestine, it's not like a usual IT program. We believe DPI is statecraft, So we're using the 4 digital trails, talking about digital ID, talking about payments, digital exchange, and even core registries to rebuild the social contract, between us, the citizens, to start deploying and implementing services that are interoperable, that are transparent, and that are, inclusive. Now, in order to do that, we're focusing on main 4 pillars, and we're considering it as a strategic framework for our digital public infrastructure. The first one is paperwork to rights, And what we think, we want a single digital ID and e-signature that make access to all services for the public. By doing so, each transaction has a digital trace. What we can do with this, we can start working on accountability. We can deter corruption, and we can improve transparency and restore confidence within the public. Now, the second part is inclusion as a policy. This is very important, not as a PR. And here, we're focusing on different channels where we connect with the citizens. So we're talking about e-public services, digital ID. We're talking about as well digital access aid for young people, for the elderly, and for the youth to accelerate adoption within the digital framework. The third pillar is, transparency as a political approach. And this is very, very important. We need, to make the technology, such as, the infrastructure, the channels we provide, to start building confidence, with citizens and with the private sector. Now, with all of this, we consider building a platform, unified platform, that provides, digital services. First, Arabic first language is a key, for adoption, increasing adoption and increasing trust. So these 4 pillars are very important for us. Now, in order to do to increase the implementation and adoption, we need to start thinking about the quick wins, the quick wins policy and how we reuse the policies. And then very important key is partnership between the public and private sector and as well the people, because this is very important triangle for accelerating adoption. So these are the main key points that we usually focus on when we want to accelerate adoption and as well to relate on the context of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for bringing the perspective that it goes just beyond the tech sector or the tech vertical. And Minister Mpumi, in your case, you're coming in from the Ministry of Public Service. So do tell us about what you're thinking about with moving from policy to practice in the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough. Let me start by saying I'm very grateful to be part of this discussion here today. I'll start by saying in 2023, the government of Lesotho, the cabinet actually nominated the minister responsible for ICT to be the chief digital officer. And she was tasked to develop the National Digital Transformation Strategy, which was approved last year, 2024. And since then, we have digital policy, national artificial intelligence, that is AI policy, data management policy, and broadband, and shared infrastructure policies. These all have been initiated last year and this year. Finalization of all digital legislation and policies to enable smooth implementation, and also the implementation of digital ID, that it will be the primary key for all digital services. Also develop government enterprise architecture and interoperate that will integrate all major systems. Implementation of digital payments for all government services. Transform services through digitizing the services offered by various ministries as per as our services charters or service level agreements. Build the capacity of citizens in digital skills. Improve and expand data network and digital infrastructure to cater for all sectors of economy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Nele, coming to you, you have worn a previous hat in government even before going into the European Commission. Do share with us your perspectives around how to move from policy design to implementation from the multiple hats you've worn.
Thank you, and I would like to also thank the government of South Africa for making this event possible, also co-develop ITU, UNDP, World Bank. It looks really, really impressive, and I'm really looking forward. So when we look at the DPI in the European Union, where I have quite recently, let's say, moved on, we can perhaps see it in three different levels. And I'm going to bring an example of all these different levels, and I hope you don't mind if I'm not that brief, maybe also compensating for all the ladies we missed in the all the ladies we missed in the opening. But in the EU, we have to see, of course, what's happening in the member states, and then what happens across border in the EU, so between these 27 member states, that could be considered quite similar, but actually they can be also quite different, as we know. But also what happens between the European Union and other countries. And and I am sorry to miss Egypt here, but I see it's in the in the audience. So there is quite a bit of collaboration going on between EU and other regions and states. So when we look at what happens in the member states, I'm going to base on Estonia, not only because this is where I come from and I know this country the best, but also because I believe that at this point of time, Estonia is so much needed reminder of everything positive that technologies can do. So digital technologies, I would say, played a crucial role in modernizing our, not only government, but in our entire society. They truly, and we can say that the DPI has also a role here, DPI and digitalization made us modern, open, economically well-to-do, and everything that I am so proud about my country government. But maybe coming to some of the concrete examples of what is next, let's say for so many member states in the European Union, I wouldn't maybe even manage to bring out a certain service or a certain element because, let's say, the core components like ID and interoperability are in place. And I think it was something we worked in 1990s and 2000s very strongly. So it has actually been a long journey. But it's really about what we call perhaps a seamless society. So it's about everything we do in digital. It's me having a possibility to participate in my local government council meetings. I can ask questions, I can participate in the discussions. It is about applying for licenses, registering a car or a marriage, or voting, but it can be also about simple things, which is something that I really enjoy, is to apply for the license to cut a Christmas tree during Christmas when I walk in the forest and I have picked exactly the tree I want to have at my home for Christmas. So I would say it's this experience altogether that that we can have in our physical life as in virtual. But now moving to the cross-border, I think some of these national good experiences, Estonia, but also some other countries, really gave sort of a push also to the European Union to start think of all of that across borders. So I would say then since 2010 and more or less that period, EU worked extensively on common frameworks that would sort of support or serve as a base for cross-border data sharing. So we have a very strong interoperability framework in place, organizational, technical, legal, but also digital authentication and signature. Currently, we do cross-border recognition of digital signatures, but we are in the future also looking for how to identify citizens across borders with coming wallet developments that are currently ongoing. But I would say that the uptake of services as such cross-border, it has been, of course, quite fast in areas of taxation, border, we have a Schengen information system and so forth, but it has been a bit slower when it comes to citizen-used services. Even though we do see some emerging, let's say in healthcare, we see the sharing of patient data across borders. We see digital prescription, for example, a digital prescription given to me in Estonia. I can buy it in some of the countries we like to have holidays, like in Greece or Croatia or Portugal, but the pace has not been that fast. And maybe we come to some of these reasons after. But coming to the third level, and I will stop soon, when we look at these frameworks that Europe has established and has put in practice also to facilitate data sharing and recognition of digital signatures, has been now put in practice globally. So we are working with several countries. In some of these countries, we have already finalized the process of mutual recognition of signatures, such as Ukraine, for example, but also Moldova. There are some, we are in the very final stages. Brazil will be here. You will hear more about it, and I'm going to do a a bit of PR for the session on Thursday, where we are tackling these issues of cross-regional collaboration. So I believe that these could be valuable frameworks so that in the future we can do business, sign contracts, sign licenses across borders.
Thank you. Thank you, Nela. And just sticking with you for a second, do you think in the recent years that DPI as a concept, and as the World Bank defines it, foundational, reusable digital building blocks, such as digital payments, ID and data sharing, designed, sharpened how you've organized how you implement policies in the digital realm?
I think it comes down to perhaps the core principles of DPI, and perhaps it's a little bit reflected in that definition, if we want to put it that way, because ultimately how DPI, let's say, started in Estonia, but also in the EU, it was not just about identity or interoperability. It really started with a change of the mindset and change of how we understand the role of government in our society. It is to share what the government does with the entire society, that they too can benefit from this for whatever reason. And I think we have plenty of proof of this. We have plenty of examples where interoperability solution, the technical solution is in place, but perhaps data is not that much shared. And it's not because the solution is not good, but there is no willingness to share that data. And the same can be said to EID. Has EID really changed governance or the relationship between the public and government? Are the services user-friendly and I would say matching the needs of the society? And I think this really comes to these core principles or values that sort of support DPI.
Yeah, thank you. Minister Nache, you started to speak to this, and maybe you can jump in here. You mentioned, using this to reconfigure the social contract. Are you seeing DPI changing how, as a government, you're thinking about that engagement with citizens in delivering solutions and services, and in how, previous digital policies or transformations have been sharpened by the DPI approach?
Well, we totally believe that DPI will help us a lot, especially in Palestine. When we talk about population, we have around 7 million inside Palestine, and around the same are living outside, abroad. Yeah. And we believe DPI, by adopting DPI and working on policies that can accelerate the adoption and use of this, will help connect and reconnect with all the Palestinians abroad, and to start providing, the services that they need. Start trying to bring them back home virtually. We can start by doing that virtually. So for us, this is a strategic approach that we need to build on. And to be honest with you, we need to accelerate it very fast, because with the AI, with the huge investments going on, fear of digital divide is without making and ensure not just on a local policy context, but as well on the international and regional space is very, very important at this stage. We need to stop thinking of each country alone, and we need to start thinking more about how we can reconnect and connect the DPIs all together, because at the end, we're talking about three main components. We're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about compute, and we're talking about people. Now, we have different capabilities and capacities for each one. If you tell me, and we have discussions regarding the infrastructure part, usually, the advanced countries make huge investments to start providing this. So we need to start working on and bringing dialogue and discussions on how other countries will benefit from this infrastructure. This is very important. Now, when we talk about compute, it's the same thing as well. We need to start working on innovative solutions, from digital ID then to everything that can make impact to citizens, businesses, and provide dignity. And in order to do this as well, we're talking about now AI, how we can make it safe, how we can bring trust to it. So in Palestine, we're starting addressing this by providing policies that can accelerate compute. For example, we are working now on the data classification policies. We're working on bringing data diplomacy with our near neighborhoods countries. We're trying to focus more on AI ethics and what it brings to the table. And the most important thing is how we can start working in a framework that can work, that will provide win-win relationship and a sustainable model between the public sector and the private sector. This is very, very important for us because we believe in countries such as Palestine, this win-win partnership will bring sustainability, will bring business growth, will bring people dignity. So this is what we're trying to do.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you for bringing the perspective of DPI with AI, and I know there will be a number of sessions around that during the summit. Ministers are in the part of Africa, and a part that we would love to visit a lot more from the south and the east and so on, and of course, the other way around. How are you seeing DPI sharpening or the thinking around how digital transformation happens in Algeria and
Okay. For the implementation of DPI first, I mean, it's to keep it cross-sector. First, we have this inter-sector interoperability, and we have established the High Commission for Digitalization first, that set the rule and adopted a strategy, governmental strategy for digitalization. As I said, we stopped digitalizing forms, and now we are working through platforms, giving access. I'll just give you an example. A while ago, last year, January 2024, we have launched, for example, initiated the freelancer status or auto-entrepreneur, where anyone can apply, any jobless can apply, or any freelancer can apply on to be entrepreneur, and then he can do it online and connect between 5 or 6 ministries at the same time and getting his ID, bank account, insurance, and a lot of other features that are interconnected and by the same way being operational on the spot. Like just take 3 minutes for having a digital ID for auto entrepreneurs. So this is one of the key feature, I would say, which is bridging the gap. No one is left behind. And we are working also on it to mobilize, as Mr. CV said, we need to bring both private and public. We don't rely only on public to implement this DPI, but you have to involve also private sectors. We have a big player like MNOs, but we have also like this hyperscaler that can play the role. Other than that, in the same pace, we have initiated skill centers. Skill centers, countrywide, we have a program for launching like none less than 50 skill centers. As of today, 6 of them are operational, where we are teaching AIs and cybersecurity, cloud computing, and mathematics, on beside of the high schools that you have in the country, which is the, if I'm not mistaken, the first one in the continent, high school for AI, high school for mathematics, for robotics, nanotechnology. But skill centers give access to all those that are out of the radar, practicing, empowering, and playing a key role into these platforms. then we do promote African digital corridor cross-border. So because we are moving at a certain pace, definitely others, neighboring countries don't have maybe the same resources, don't have the same willing, don't have the same tools or means. We have no choice but to work all together. We have this fiber backbone from the extreme north going to the deep south, connecting 11 other African countries. And sadly, one of the countries which is like a hub between Algeria and other countries is battling to connect, to have just one card to connect other countries. So definitely we have to work all together in an intelligent way, not be selfish, and to drag, to bring each one to the same pace, to the stage. And once again, because we are considering not to leave no one behind within the country, all united, one voice, all African countries, we have to work all together. Just between bracket, if any of the country say, okay, I can do this and this and that, it's just a couple of million, 20, 30, 40 million. But if all African countries do it the same, it's 1.3 billion. So the voice is louder. So this is what we are working on, and this is what we rely on. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've heard that as well from Dr. Mwangi around thinking as a continental level and not just as fragmentation. And I think that really does apply across even Europe, Africa, and other regions, you know, Middle East, Africa, and so on. Minister Mpumi, if I come to you, and specifically to what Lesotho is doing around rethinking and reorganizing social protection registries using the DPI approach, maybe you can tell us a bit more about that and how it's also considering children's rights in minds, which I think is a really important perspective to how DPI can enable whole of society benefits.
Thank you very much. Because kids today, when they have the gadgets, wherever they are, you will know and you will understand what they are doing. And also in their education, it's very key. I'll talk about the UNDP, the partnership that we have with UNDP, whereby about 20 schools have been identified, and the infrastructure has been set up for them to be the digital centers where they can learn and they acquire skills. Also on social services, we are paying our social grants and our pensions to old age people through the digital platforms. Yeah. So it's really assisting. It's really assisting. And also setting up the infrastructure will also assist us in decentralization of the services, even to the people in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may ask a follow-up, just because you mentioned monitoring children, and I don't want people to get the impression that we're surveilling children, and this could be to all of you, how do you balance the concerns that start to emerge around the power that these tools also offer, you know, governments or even any actor, you know, to the question of a social contract? How do you cultivate trust so that a parent whose child has an ID, in the case of Lesotho, is not seeing this as a tool that the state is trying to just watch their child, but is something that really benefits them? How typically is that activation done, maybe in the case of Lesotho?
I think the education is key. The advocacy, talking to parents to make them understand that one it's key, and you will find it will take place when we are at the stage of the formation of the legislature and the policies. That's when discussions do take place and deeper discussions do take place. And I think it is by that time that everybody else understand where we are going and where we want to go.
So to the others, and anyone can jump in here, how are you addressing risks or concerns around these technologies and the powers that sometimes they reorganize or rejig?
I think, and I believe that they need to be part of the process. You need to include them from the start. They need to have ownership. And you need to be clear. When we talk about value proposition, it should be clear. What's the DPI value proposition? And as well, AI as an enabler for prosperity, for growth. In order to start seeing value, because now it's becoming a trend. But on the other hand, you can't still capture clear cases, use cases, clear value proposition of what AI will be. For example, we're talking about automation. Okay, and automation could be one of the DPIs in the future. We're talking about AI and we're talking about security. Now, but nobody is talking about what are the real value of AI automation. And there is always, they will place me. We're talking about jobs. What will be our next role as human beings, as people? But when we start thinking, I think it's AI for good, and we shouldn't leave this. AI, safety AI. And at the end, and the most important thing is, when we talk about AI, I think it should be AI augmentation AI and co-pilot. It's a co-pilot for improving productivity, reducing cost, and improving prosperity. So I think tag them along with you from the beginning, user-centric approach. So when you start working on a service, you start not just digitizing the service, is re-engineer the service to make it more impactful. This is very, very important, ownership.
Thank you. Yes, Minister Zaruki, you seem like you want to jump in there.
Thank you. In fact, for education, we should not, I completely join my colleagues, so we should not rely on AI or these tools as main actor to build our education input, or to be like our input. Today we are relying too much for education and without relying too much also on these digital tools to be the driver, to be the locomotive.
Was a question how
to balance the risks or the trade-offs that come with more power as tools are concentrated, perhaps, and not because they're centralized, but concerns that emerge around control, surveillance, how you handle that.
Okay. Yes, I think it's a good question to address to the European Union that is known for let's say safeguarding the people, because there are a lot of risks. But perhaps what I would like maybe just to stress, not to repeat what was already said, some of it is actually practice. So we all know that things can go wrong in the virtual world, even if the proper safeguards in place. We cannot guarantee 100% that nothing will go wrong. And in this world, I think it's also the government's, in a way, duty to make sure that everybody knows that in this world we may all need to take risks. And these risks may have consequences, but if these risks have consequences, we also know what will happen. We know exactly what can be done, what can be not done, and what will happen if some of these things that are in place are violated. So I believe this clarity in terms of legal aspects is very much needed. But I would say that this is not enough. We see countries that have very extensive privacy regulations and many other regulations. It has not increased the trust of the public. And here I will maybe perhaps draw more from Estonian experience. It is really everyday practice. you have to constantly make sure that you are providing these services that your people need, that you are involving them, as was also said before, in designing them, in redesigning them, and so forth. But the third I would like to say is that you need patience also, or sustainability. People are quite old-fashioned. They are not picking up on new things as quickly as we would like them to do. First time internet voting in Estonia, only 0.8 votes came through that means. Now it is almost 50% for the past 4 times in a row. So it is a long process, and we should not give up in this process once we have stepped on it.
Thank you for that. And in closing, you started to discuss it, but I'll invite everyone to just give a closing reflection on, based on something that you're actually working on in your respective country and institutions, an example of what a successful implementation of DPI components could be: an institutional partnership with private sector, how you're thinking about capacity, how you're sustaining political commitment, to Nele's point, a practical example for our audience to hear about what each country is doing in closing. And any of you can go first.
So for Palestine, I think, as I mentioned before, the private sector will play a huge role in the future. We're trying to build a framework that we're trying to reduce the capex of our government, investments when we want to accelerate the digital agreements by working on a sustainable triple P model with the private sector to accelerate, for example, digital ID, strategic project. We have as well, streamlines the e-government services. So we're focusing on identifying 7 to 8 strategic projects that can be led by the private sector and start working on a triple P agreement that lasts for 10 years, for example, and start working on bringing on, well-known, experienced private sectors that can lead the installation and setup for this infrastructure and then operation. Because it's very important not just to making sure the private sector to deliver, the black box. It's not feasible anymore, especially when we're talking about governments that has low capacity and doesn't have skills that needs these complex, operations. We're talking about managing the cloud infrastructure. We're talking about bringing in and step.
I think with us, we are busy building the infrastructure that will allow the private sector to play a part, because we want to grow economy through the private sector as government. And we believe that the creation of jobs would come from that. So our responsibility is developing the legislation that will allow that. Like I indicated before, that there is a lot of legislation that is going on and the policies, but also the infrastructure, because the infrastructure also is the responsibility of the government. We have to level that ground so that the public sector can come in and play their role. I will say, in the last 2 years, 45 base transceiver station in the rural communities has been done, the wireless broadband, and we are at 97%. That infrastructure on its own will assist. We believe will assist. And also, we as a country, we don't want to operate in silos. We also, benchmarking on other countries, what they are doing. I think in the past 2 weeks, the minister responsible for ICT was in Estonia to learn how the best practices on how they are doing their things there. So hopefully, in economic growth, we believe this is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Zaruki?
Thank you so much. In fact, from our side in Algeria, like our approach is very, very clear. So we are building like a digital infrastructure, which is at the same time a public good, open, secure, sovereign, but inclusive also. So even private sector can have it like get the benefit of that. So for example, we are building data center in like Oran, which is in the far west, in Annaba, Far East, in Bougazoul, which is the new city or smart city in Algiers. So empowered with AI capacity, and all are like a platform open for private sector, to not say playground, but like a sandbag for application, for while ensuring security and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thanks. Last but not least, Nile, anything you want to add around the importance of institutional capacity, collaboration, other ingredients that you see are key to successful implementation of DPI from both Estonia and European Commission perspective?
The voice does not carry well from there to here. So basically, it was whether I have anything else to add to what makes DPI work or successful. Okay, I think I'm repeating myself perhaps, but I think it's really important to have a lot of practice. Even in new things, piloting, what we saw also in the European Union when we were really planning for this cross-border data sharing or identity or services. During my sort of more academic times, I was involved in one project where we are looking really at barriers for cross-border data sharing. And I was pretty much convinced it would be technical maturity, organizational maturity. But actually, it was not the case. Because later I found out that the country who was not that willing to share data with everybody else was actually Estonia. Because it was so advanced, it did not trust the others. So only with this practice you build this trust on DPI. But what I would perhaps like to, as I understand this is coming to an end, our panel, which was maybe not that much mentioned in our panel, but I believe it's important for everybody or almost everybody in the room, is actually an understanding that technological development is increasingly concentrated. It's increasingly concentrated in very few countries and very few companies. So also when building these crucial systems, such as DPI and everything we mentioned here, it is really important to see how we build the relationships, how we build our global relationships, but keeping in mind that the ultimate aim is to build the capacity of our local people, our local government, and our local companies. And this, if this is not taken into account, the DPI journey may be hindered at some way. Yes. So thank you.
Thank you. And you know, the collaboration of also not just private sector, but SMEs, the next generation of entrepreneurs and innovators in our respective countries, civil society who are within the communities and who understand the citizen burdens of introduction of new systems. I think all those are represented at the summit, and I thank you so much for joining us in a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from Estonia/European Commission, Algeria, Palestine, Lesotho, truly a global DPI summit. Please join me in thanking our panelists for sharing with us today. And I have been your moderator, Garikai. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Nigeria. That was an amazing panel. If the panelists could just stand for a photo opportunity, and our camera teams will rush to the front. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This inspiring panel brings our opening sequence to a close. Please remember the following, that we've got an amazing set of afternoon sessions, so please do enjoy those. There's an exhibition happening right behind you. Please do visit and ensure that you network and engage with other people. Lunch will be served in the exhibition space and in a networking space where the ushers will show you just beyond the exhibition. Please feel free to talk to someone new, and let's see how we can drive digital transformation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for an amazing opening sequence, and we thank our panelists and everyone who was able to attend. Let's see each other in the afternoon. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're getting ready to start our 2 o'clock panel on regional approaches to digital public infrastructure, case studies from the EAC and SADC. And so if I could encourage everyone to take a seat, and we'll get ready to start in the next few minutes. We have a lot of empty seats in the middle, so I was just wondering if people could move closer to the front. Dr. Ochola. So I'd like to invite my panelists to please take up their places on the stage. My name is Robert Karanja from Co-Develop. Hilda, Engineer Morenzi, Melody, please take your seats. Damola. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon's panel on regional approaches to DPI with case studies from SADC and the EAC. We have a big panel, and at some point I'll get all my panelists to introduce themselves. My name is Robert Karanja from Co-Develop. Karibuni sana. So we have about an hour for this session. And in the interest of setting the stage, I would like to invite one of our distinguished guests who's gracefully agreed to be on our panel. Professor Njuguna Ndung'u is the former Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning in Kenya, and also former Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, among many other roles that he's held in the Republic of Kenya. And I'd like to give Professor a few minutes to share some opening remarks, which will generally look at reflections on regional integration with specific focus on cross-border payments, and also the potential of digital public infrastructure to power trade and financial inclusion. So, Professor Ndung'u, please welcome to the podium and give us your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm not so sure I followed the question, but I think I do understand what exactly where we are coming from, listening from this morning. But I'm happy, and I'm happy to be in this session because I listened to so much of the discussions in terms of the building up of the DPI. And for us, that is very, very critical. But sometimes, even when we are talking about DPI, it's always important to go back a little bit in history and ask ourselves, how have we come back? How have we found ourselves here? What has been the process? And for me, I'm looking at the process, for example, the last 18 years, for example. Where did we start? We started with just retail electronic payment system. And it was novel. It was strange for everyone. I remember that time at the central bank, we fought, I was at the Central Bank of Kenya, we fought very hard to actually introduce, that's the embodiment of M-Pesa is what I'm calling the retail electronic payment system. And it was strange until I remember one time the World Bank came up with a paper and they argued that M-Pesa was actually a very efficient retail electronic payment system. It was safe, it was real time, and everything changed. But then we ask ourselves, what was actually happening with the instruments, retail electronic payment systems like M-Pesa? The first thing is that most people are excluded from the financial system because the financial system was not offering them the payment system. That is even at the retail level. Now, if you have the comfort of actually paying or using your phone to pay, it became quite a game changer. The second thing is that you are able to reach out. I remember the advertisement in Kenya was send money home. You don't have to go home. You don't have to go to the point of sale. But the most important macro changes that we realized was that banks realized that this was an electronic instrument to actually manage micro savers and micro credits. So financial inclusion became a game changer. And we have seen what has happened, especially in the East African region in terms of banks. But that's, for us, very, very important. But more importantly for us in central bank was that how do you manage monetary policy when a large proportion of the currency is outside the banking system? That is, I think in Kenya that time, when I went into the central banking, about 37% of the currency in circulation was outside the banking sector. How can you then make monetary policy? So it means that it is also improved the monetary policy. This is a very important stage in terms of the macro level. Then, after that, and seeing the successes, you can see, imagine the savings. That time we even issued, there were so many papers by so many people that argued that women were able to save with instruments that cannot be encroached because they are efficient savers. All of a sudden, it was the key word in terms of what was happening, and then financial development. But then we started looking for more, and I do believe this is where things started working very well. I remember in 2017, we even started talking about digitization and a new design of public finance, because we saw that actually this platform can be used actually to pay taxes and even to design new taxes and even to manage revenue without any leakages. So you can imagine that was very, very important. And there's a book that was published by IMF in 2017 on digitization and design of public finance. I produced a case study for Kenya. That becomes very, very important. And now, more recently, then we have realized that we can move in that direction and try to influence how markets could work. How do we create regional payments or regional cross-border payments? Now, two things are always coming up. One of them is interoperability. Interoperability is very, very important for us, and especially in Africa, where markets are segmented. You want to make sure that you don't segment markets further. For me, interoperability allows us to help to navigate the markets, segments of the market. In fact, one of the points I argued in the early 2008, 2009, was that M-Pesa and even retail electronic payment system was allowing us to navigate market segments, especially the segmentation between formal and informal. We were able to navigate those segments. So you can look at interoperability as a system that is going to help us navigate across market segments. And in the long run, then obviously you see that market development will step in and help us in terms of encroaching or covering that space. But I did one also in the same period, by the time, I think like 2017, that digitization can also be frustrated by state capacity. And this is what we have witnessed. So now, this subject matter has come back to us now as DPI. And for us, that is very, very interesting because we want to come back and ask ourselves, why is it so difficult for regional blocks, regional integration to work when you cannot trade across each other? And one of them is that you have to create interoperability. By the way, there was a lot of debate whenever we talked about interoperability of payment system. Most new firms entering the market, especially telcos, thought that interoperability will help them capture the market or capture a section of the market. I argued that time is that interoperability was creating the rails, and the products that you roll out in the rails are the ones that are going to actually capture the market. And it has come true. So in a sense, so far, there are very few countries that are now have interoperable payment system. Tanzania is one good example. The moment you have interoperable payment system, then you can move into a national switch. And then at the regional level, we can now, in the national switches, can actually interoperate across. And that is what is going to encourage trade in the region. There's more that we can say about that, but let me stop here for now. But I just wanted to say I have a history from where we have come from. That history has generated so many questions and even unanswered areas that we could have enjoyed, especially at macro level. Fiscal policy is one of them. Financial development is another. But removing market segmentation is a very important one in the marketplace. So again, we can come back to those points and try to see how we can elaborate on them, because we want to use DPI and say, why that history should have given us enough incentives to push the DPI to the next level. And maybe that is where we should start now.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those remarks and for sharing your wisdom and your knowledge. Thank you. We appreciate. I would now like to move into the next segment of this panel, and we're going to hear from Dr. Melody Musoni. Dr. Musoni has recently been involved in the production of a report.
I'm going to just briefly discuss a report that we recently conducted on the EAC Regional Needs Assessment for DPI. And basically, in terms of this report, we were really trying to understand how the East African community as a regional bloc is approaching digital public infrastructure and development, and looking from a country national level what each country is doing of the 8 partner states, how they are approaching DPI, and as a collective, as a bloc, what does that actually entail? And in order for us to do that, of course, we had to look at, do a SWOT analysis where we looked at some of the strengths in DPI development in the region, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as well. And I guess the main part of the project itself was really on trying to identify regional use cases for DPI or cross-border DPI use cases, where we were looking at, are there more than 1 or 2 or 3 EAC partner states that are already using a solution that is DPI-centric on digital identity, on payments, on data exchange, and what are some of these use cases, and is there room for scalability? And part of that work also, in identifying the use cases, we also had to apply the UNDP DPI safeguards frameworks to actually see whether these use cases are actually aligning with some of the issues that were discussed in the morning, for example, on issues around inclusion, safety, interoperability, and trust. We came up with 6 regional use cases that we identified. So if you look on health, for example, what are some of these emerging use cases? And what we found was there is a definite interest for data sharing, particularly health information, from government institutions' side as well as from individuals. So if you are living in Kenya, you want to travel to Uganda, you don't necessarily need to carry a whole patient file with you. You'll be able to actually have a portable health record that you can also present in any other EAC partner country that you visit, for example. And because the EAC is also quite prominent in trying to promote regional movement of people and movement of goods, we also looked on trade, what other emerging use cases are coming up, and we found that there is definitely an interest for easy movement of goods across borders. So there is this concept of no-stop border where we can use DPI to facilitate how goods move from one country to the other. So we have a use case that we identified in that area. And the same again with movement of people, apart from traveling for purposes of tourism or for purposes of trade. People may also want to travel for maybe new career opportunities. Are there use cases that promote mutual recognition of qualifications? So we identified another use case there. And then the other use cases, I won't talk about them because I think we all know that when it comes to mobile money and digital payments, the region is quite prominent and active in that space. And at the end of the report, we also tried to look at what needs to be done for the EAC to actually reach the DPI, its DPI stack. And then some of the issues that we identified when we were doing this report was DPI is being seen by the region as a tool for regional integration. So there is a lot of discussion about we want to create a common market, a monetary union, and to promote the digital single market under the AFCFTA. How can we use DPI as an approach to facilitate this regional integration? And again, DPI is just a term that we are now using, but it doesn't mean that a DPI is entirely new. It's not entirely new in the region. So if you look at countries like Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, they already have eGov platforms and applications that they are using that are already in place where they are trying to use digital ID. They are already sharing data, and there is potential to also use digital payments to access some of the services. So DPI as a term, it's not really new to the region. And what we also found is in the discussions that we had with partner states, the approach to DPI, it's always DPI plus something else. So it's really going beyond the 3 pillars on payments, on data exchange, and to go beyond the 3 pillars to look at the key enablers. Is it issues around infrastructure? The region is still working on improving connectivity, issues around digital literacy, issues around skills development. So you find that a lot of projects that are in the region, they may not appear as DPI, but they are actually fundamental and key enablers to us having DPI in the region. And also to commend the kind of political commitment that is in the region. So I know a lot of discussions on digital, we tend to say there is lack of policy to facilitate A or B, but what we saw is that in the region there is really strong policy support. So recently in May, the region actually adopted a cross-border digital payments framework or master plan to facilitate cross-border payments in the region. And again, it also adopted a policy specifically on data governance and cross-border data sharing. So that's just an indication to show that from a policy perspective, there is definitely an interest and a need to facilitate and to promote DPI, especially cross-border DPI use cases. And then when it comes to the trends, just looking at the 3 pillars themselves, digital payments, it's very advanced. So countries like Kenya, of course, when it comes to mobile money, it's now saturated. It's no longer about peer-to-peer, low-value transactions. They're now thinking about what else can we use mobile money for. And then with data exchange, it's slowly expanding. So there is still an interest to build eGov platforms to facilitate data exchange. But there is not yet a lot of development specifically for cross-border data exchange. And then digital ID, there is some development, but because if we are talking about digital ID, it involves a lot of personal data and sensitive information. There is still a lot of scrutiny under the pillar of digital ID, and there are questions around how can we actually promote data protection principles in some of the solutions that are being adopted specifically for digital ID. And then some of the areas, again, drawing from the SWOT analysis that we did, actually identifying there are critical areas where the EAC definitely needs support. So from internet connectivity, again, how can we invest more in broadband connectivity? How can we invest more again in submarine cables to facilitate universal coverage and also to have affordable internet? So of course, countries that are on the coastal regions, if you look at the cost of data, is definitely different from countries that are landlocked. So there are still questions around internet connectivity and the need to invest in supporting that. And then another point that also came up in all the discussions that we had with partner states was the need to have data centers. So there is, as governments are developing their eGov platforms, they want to enjoy that digital sovereignty and data sovereignty, and it starts with them having their own national data centers. But the thinking also is about how can we develop regional data centers that can be used by the 8 partner states, for example. And then infrastructure development investments also similar to what I mentioned on internet connectivity. But there again, when you speak to partner states, if you look at countries like Burundi, Somalia, DRC, and South Sudan, they are at the moment underserved, yet there is great potential for economic growth. So how can we support those countries, and what kind of infrastructure investments are needed in those regions? And again, we can't talk about digital development without talking about energy. So it's also something that kept coming up, that there is need for a sustained energy infrastructure, and again, having those climate resilient energy solutions and green energy solutions available. And another important factor or point that was raised, I think even during the main opening session, was for PPP, we really need to promote public-private partnerships for DPI, creating that enabling ecosystem for local innovation. So instead of just having private sector coming in from elsewhere, how can we support local companies that are working on developing DPI solutions to also take advantage of some of these innovations that are taking place in the ecosystem? And then we also found that on digital payments, like I said, some regions like Kenya, Uganda, they have been using mobile money for quite some time. So for them, the opportunities are now looking at beyond EAC. So it's no longer about trying to penetrate the market in the EAC, but it's about what other opportunities exist beyond the EAC. So if you look on remittances, for example, I think MasterCard has entered into some agreements again with EAC partner states to also facilitate cross-border international remittances and international payments. So there is definitely an interest there specifically on going beyond the EAC as a region. And then on data exchange and eGov, so if you see, like I mentioned, countries like Burundi, DRC, Somalia, South Sudan, they do not yet have their own eGov platform. So there is need, again, to support them in developing their own data exchange platforms, as well as building that regional data exchange layer to facilitate cross-border movement of data, for example. And then on digital ID, again, there is still an interest because it's still in the early stages. So there are a lot of investment opportunities to promote the use of digital ID, to modernize and expand, again, the use of national biometric systems, and again, the focus there being on interoperability and inclusion, making sure that no one else is left behind. And there have been some issues, if you read our report again, issues around procurement, how do you go about that, as well as supporting mutual recognition. So if you develop your own national ID, can it be recognized by other partner states to facilitate that cross-border regional data flows? And then, of course, sustainability. So when you talk to partner states, some of them are a bit concerned that DPI projects or digital projects, they are just once-off. Investors come in, or funders come in, they focus on a project, they leave. There is no sustainability or thinking around sustainability. So when looking at DPI, how can we support our DPI sustainability? And like I mentioned earlier, regulatory support. There is definitely a lot of policies that are already facilitating cross-border DPI, but at the same time, there is need to get more support. For example, we noticed that currently there is no regional policy specifically on interoperability, and that can be a challenge for partner states in how they approach issues around data exchange, for example. And as a region, it does not yet have a DPI blueprint. So some countries do have a blueprint, but as a region, there is no regional blueprint as well. And then at national level, most of the partner states do not have the DPI framework. So there is no clarity on how to actually approach our DPI. So in a nutshell, that is what the report was about. We also looked at the 8 partner countries, and we provided an overview of what is happening in each country. So we have provided a QR code that you can also scan and get access to the report. It's quite an extensive report, but I hope you enjoy reading the report and our findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musoni. Given that we've shared quite a bit of content so far, we do have a Slido QR code that you can take a picture of, and please start asking your questions there so that as we proceed with this panel, we'll be able to retrieve some of the questions that you're asking and get the panel to respond to those questions. So we'll have that on this stage for some time before I invite my next presenter. He will not be making a PPT presentation, but Damola Owolade is the project lead on the SADC eKYC project. He works for Finmark Trust here in South Africa, and they are working closely with the SADC central bank governors to facilitate an eKYC process that Damola will speak more about that will essentially enable the movement of or transfer of funds primarily from South Africa to some of the frontline states, facilitating migrant workers and others through a layered eKYC approach that can be used against any existing identity document. But I'll invite Damola to speak to that for a few minutes. Then after that, we are going to jump into a panel session. Did everybody get a chance to take a photo of the QR code, or do you want it up again? Okay, we'll have it again during the panel presentation. So Damola, please feel free. Do you want to speak from there?
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Damola Owolade. I manage the SADC Financial Inclusion Program at Finmark Trust. And my talk, preceding the panel itself, is really to give a context on how we're thinking about deploying DPI within the SADC region for financial inclusion and regional trade use case, and to go into some of the details in terms of what we're considering as far as deploying this. So maybe to kind of give a bit of a background, the SADC region has about 400 million citizens across 16 countries. We have a regional bloc with a secretariat in Botswana. Within the region, we have a customs union, we have a monetary union, which really been mentioned to kind of show that there's a level of integration that's currently happening. We also have a protocol on free movement in 1995. There isn't any unilateral ratification of this, but there are bilateral agreements, which then means that people can travel within the region to spend about 90 days without a visa and then go back home. Obviously, this leads to a significant level of interconnectedness in terms of the labor market, the economic market within the region. So you have quite a substantial level of economic migration, and you also have forcibly displaced persons that are also moving across borders. Over and above that, there is an investment and finance protocol that's been driven by the SADC Secretariat to drive regional economic development, and financial inclusion is one of the pillars of this protocol. And the basic idea is that the implementation of financial inclusion strategies and policies shouldn't be a domestic or national mandate. So if you're a migrant and you go to another country, you should be able to access at least an entry-level store of value or a transfer of value service, particularly to send money back home to your loved ones or beneficiaries. But similar to what the Prof said earlier, we have a fragmentation in how people access formal services, particularly store of value services and transfer of value services. We're in a region where mobile money is really driving access to financial inclusion. And mobile money operators typically are not licensed to offer cross-border payment services. They're usually are limited to the domestic space. So that's one issue. The other issue that I think is probably important to mention is that we have middle mile infrastructure in the SADC region as well. We have a regional gross settlement system, so there's a settlement system in the region. We also have a regional instant payment system, transactions cleared on immediate basis. These two platforms do have limited adoption rates as far as the FSP subscribing to them, because some have existing relationships around correspondence banking and things of that nature. And the non-banks typically are not also licensed to have settlement accounts and things of that. So the Committee for Central Bank Governors, particularly the Payment System Subcommittee, which is a substructure of SADC Secretariat, looks to implement strategies around what I mentioned earlier around financial inclusion and driving cross-border payments, particularly akin to what is being espoused at the G20 level in terms of driving access, speed, transparency, and reducing cost. And one of the aspects of ensuring that we can meet the promise of this is to also look at fostering financial integrity within the region. And this integrity piece dovetails with the ideas around ensuring that countries look at the risk-based approach to onboarding customers and to assessing risk, especially for low-risk products for people to send money back home, and also to adopt the principles of digital ID and eKYC as far as the FATF guidelines are concerned. So that then kind of brings about what Co-Develop has funded Finmark to do over the last year or so, and we'll be completing this by next October, which really is to think about how we can deploy DPI and support this financial integrity mandate within the region. And what do we want to do? We want migrants that travel from country A to country B to be able to get onboarded under the appropriate level of risks management, and the FSPs in country B have the mechanisms to integrate directly with the home country of the migrant civil registry, the digital civil registry, which is really the first prize for us as far as the DPI is concerned. So essentially, we're looking at a cross-border data verification or digital KYC process. The second piece of it is to look at a middle mile mechanism that looks to draw or pull different types of data beyond static data such as national ID, so passport, driver's license, proof of income, etc., which is something that we're still looking to build on. But at this point, we've been somewhat successful in terms of getting integrations between FSPs and civil registries that have a digital capability in the region. So these pilots that I'm talking about in terms of the integration is one of the modalities in which we're going about building recommendations for writing up a SADC KYC framework. So we ran pilots in the South Africa-Lesotho corridor. We were successful with that. And recently we got another integration in the South Africa-Zimbabwe corridor. So we had a money transfer operator in South Africa that's then connected to the civil registry in Zimbabwe. We've organized in-country convenings where we bring together data protection or data protection regulators, the financial intelligence units, the central banks, the financial service providers, the civil registries, to think about a domestic roadmap on calibrating the kind of domestic landscape to meet the requirements for regional cross-border data sharing mechanism. And we also looked at primary research where we kind of asked questions across the different stakeholders that I mentioned to kind of get a sense of the legal requirements, the technological requirements, what we should consider as far as governance is concerned, what are the trust and safety considerations as far as customer consent is concerned, and things of that nature. So maybe just to kind of then give some background around what the ID systems look like. So we have different ID systems in the region. Some are self-sovereign ID systems. So for instance, in Seychelles, you have a self-sovereign ID system, which already has trusts and kind of like the UN DPI safeguards principles embedded in them. We have, it's also like a wallet system. We have centralized systems with public key infrastructure that is embedded in that. You see that in Lesotho, you see that in Zimbabwe. And in South Africa, of late, we're seeing a process where the South Africa Reserve Bank is embarking on a payment ecosystem modernization program, and there's a team that is tasked with developing a digital financial ID mechanism. So you have different kind of ways in which the region is set up as far as digital ID is concerned. And then when it comes to integration with some of these platforms, what we've seen is it's mostly point-to-point integration. So the FSP integrates with the national ID system on a point-to-point basis. We do have a novelty in Mauritius where the central bank has set up a central KYC mechanism, which is essentially acting as a middleware, picking up information from the national ID system, picking up information from the driver's license registry, marriage certificates, essentially instantiating a CKYC or central registry, although it's federated. There isn't any data kept at the center. So we have essentially a use case or an example where we can look at the integration of national ID systems or maybe digital financial ID systems and looking at how we can overlay that with the middle mile infrastructure that I mentioned, so the regional IPS system as an example, which could potentially host what we think could deliver the promise of a regional eKYC registry. And we believe that could solve some of the issues around financial inclusion and also kind of enable cross-border trade. Thanks.
Damola, thank you. would have thought twice about asking you to speak if I knew you were giving us a lecture. But thank you very much for sharing that. I had prepared some questions for my panel, and I've just scrapped them, all of them. The QR code is on the top right-hand corner of that slide, and I've received over 20 questions, very detailed questions, so I've scrapped all of mine. So I'm going to go into my questions immediately that you have asked. And the first one I'll ask is to Prof. Are national switches the only solution? Given different maturity levels, how can we harness existing private sector efforts to support and move faster? Are national switches the only solution? And how, given the different maturity levels in the EAC, how can we harness existing private sector efforts to support and move faster?
I'm sure, I think the national switch, we have been on that for a long time, and there are different ways of trying to do that. But I think there's a Kenyan team here, policymakers, who can provide those answers in a better way. But I think the last time we looked at this, especially at the EAC level, is actually to see that our fragmentation in terms of interoperability is the one that has been most problematic. But I think right now, and of course there are so many providers of national switches, that is what is the competition here. What there is that once you have an interoperable platform, then you increase the transactions and also what unit cost. Then it means it becomes an appetite to move to the next level in terms of the national switches. And we have seen that it has been done in Tanzania. It is at that level that you become ready. So it's a whole issue of market development itself. It's a market development issue. But we have to resolve the interoperability platform first and then move to the national switch. That is where the speed of movement, we need a strong policy design for that. And I'm sure I've seen my PS for IT can tell us more about that. But the most important thing is to understand that we need a strong policy drive for interoperability platform. Then it means that the national switch will be a national outcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Hilda, I'll come to you the next question on what is the EAC Secretariat doing to advocate for digital public infrastructure across the region, given the different stages of digital maturity across the member countries? And closely related to that, what would you say is the main challenge for the adoption of DPI in EAC?
Yes, thank you very much, Robert. And thank you to the person that asked that question. So basically, yes, we have different levels of maturity at the EAC partner states. But what we are doing, we have tried to bring them together. So at the EAC level, we do have DPI Leaders Forum, where we are bringing in experts from all 8 countries. So we have 8 countries at the EAC Secretariat or EAC community. So we usually bring them in. So we started last year, and we had 3 meetings from September last year. And we have been bringing people from the central bank, from the e-government agencies, from e-government agencies, but also from national ID authorities. And today here, I was very shocked in the morning because we have delegations from almost all EAC countries. They're all here. So you can see how this have impact. And there have been a lot of move. As you have seen, we have launched the report, the assessment. And through this, we have also analyzed what are the challenges. For instance, we have limited capacities in some countries. And we have also analyzed what kind of capacity is needed in which country. So we are moving now from the pilot to start the implementation at the EAC level. And we really look forward to working together with the region. But we're also welcoming, we have also realized we need also private sector to be part of this. We need philanthropists to be part of this. We need everyone to be in to support this move that has started in East Africa. We have identified a number of use cases and we are geared to the implementation. And we look forward to working with everyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. There's a question here for Melody. What actions can data protection authorities take to address some of the challenges you mentioned in your report? So what actions can DPAs in the region take to address the challenges that you mentioned in your report?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because it takes me back to the time when Kenya first introduced its digital ID called Huduma number, and there were issues around data privacy and protection of personal data, and the government was taken to court and they ended up having to scrap that whole digital ID project and start afresh, and now they have the Maisha number. So that time, one of the key findings on why Huduma number was not a good digital ID were concerns around protection of personal data. And with their National Data Protection Authority, it's also playing a quite critical role in ensuring that a lot of these digital projects also align with protection of personal data. So that's the case with Kenya. But what we also found out, even with this report, is not all partner countries already have data protection laws in place. So for example, Burundi is in the process of developing its own National Data Protection Act, which will facilitate issues around digital ID, cross-border data flows. But until then, there is still that gap in the region. So I think generally DPAs definitely play a critical role. One, in acting as the oversight that is needed to make sure that any digital ID projects, any DPI projects also comply with data protection laws that are in the country, and to also support or advise in how governments can actually approach cross-border data sharing. So I think that helps.
Thank you. I've received a lot of very good questions. And I don't think we're going to be able to respond to all of them. So perhaps if you'll allow me, what I'll do is I will also share those questions back to the panel, and hopefully they can respond at some point. I know Hilda did want to share something on a private sector alliance for inclusive DPI in Africa that the EAC is working on. So I'll probably just ask one or two more questions, one to the EAC Secretariat and one to Bernard. And so for the Secretariat, Engineer Murenzi, could you discuss the data sovereignty movement in the EAC and what impact will it have on data protection and data interoperability?
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's a blessing to have the majority of the East African panelists here. And more importantly, talking about the DPI. So first and foremost, what have we done to even make us talk about this DPI, and also that leads us to the interoperability? Hilda mentioned about that, but more important is the leadership. You know, the moment you have the proper leadership that understands the DPI, even the interoperability becomes easier. From the onset, I'm happy to say that we are also blessed to have our Secretary General seated here, who has constituted this team that made the working groups of the DPI Leaders Forum, the data protection team, and also the digital transformation for the region. So the moment you have that, it's easier to now internalize and see where the gaps are. But from the regional perspective, what is making the best practice that I can tell you, that leads us to even mention that we have some of the interoperable systems that are already working. One of the part of it is the harmonization of our policy frameworks. As you have heard, we have that regional national data protection laws. But when you look at those national data protection laws, there are some gaps. The EAC treaty is so clear more than even other regional economic communities. The regional law supersedes the national law. So as we speak today, we are already developing the regional data protection law that allows the cross-border data flow. So with that, it's one of the tools that allows the cross-border data flow and also enables the challenges that you have seen within our national data protection agencies. Another part that I just wanted to share that is one of the most success for your information. You had mobile money, you heard about the also other initiatives, but one of the things that we acquired before was the IPS, East African Payment System. This one is the cross-border payments that is happening in local currency, the settlement that is already happening within our central banks. It started with the 3, then 4, now 5. Then as the new countries are coming on board, it's going on. A good example, again, I just wanted to share with you is the POC. You heard about the payment master plan, but the only uniqueness of the ESC, as I mentioned, the leaders, our governors of the central bank signed off the East African Payment Master Plan. So this East African Master Plan has the details of all those components that requires our payment. So next week, we are doing the POC for the payment interoperability between tips of the Tanzania and Rwanda. But you had Tanzania, but we are 3 countries so far in ESC that has the national switch. United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Rwanda, and Somalia. So we are already now doing that interoperability. So there is the point you mentioned, even I saw it as a question, about the infrastructure. Again, as I mentioned, the leadership, the first week of December, we are having the summit of the heads of states on the infrastructure. So what does that tell you? It shows you that the region is taking the integration at the core heart. Because once you have the DPI functioning, infrastructure in, then our single digital market is attained faster. And that is the role of the leadership I'm mentioning. So maybe another part for your information, the first roaming happened within our region. As you are aware about the region, it's happening in Europe and the rest. But honor, as the enabler for our communication, at least, you know, once you communicate, you are able to trade and you're able to share the challenges. So there is that free roaming within East African community out of our countries. The last that I wanted, because I see time is not with us, is to let you know that we are starting data roaming as an enabler for our regional trade. But chairperson, there is something you need to learn, maybe even the rest of the continent and the rest of the world. We have what we call SCT, Single Customs Management Act. Our revenue authorities, all of them, 8 of them, are sharing real-time data and on the timely basis, and they are real-time monitored. So it's already interoperability happening. Why has that been achieved? It's because the region has harmonized the law. We have one Regional Customs Management Act, which makes the data flow across. The movement of the people they are saying within our common market by the use of the ID, it's also implemented across our northern corridor, which has also affected our backbone that is working. So the interoperability in ES is working, but the implementation, of course, has been in a fragmented way, which the regional approach is now trying to bring them. There's few questions you saw in the gap, maybe if you may allow me to tackle less than a minute, so that people understand. The gaps you saw that the DRC, Burundi, Somalia, are through the same leadership I mentioned of our Secretary General and South Sudan. We have already a project supported by the World Bank. I thank them, they are already here. It's called the East African Regional Digital Integration Project. It has already tackled on those gaps. And now we are now supporting them to have their data center and all supporting them with their national backbone. On the ID, digital ID you mentioned, through again the support of the World Bank, we are piloting it between Rwanda and Uganda. So meaning that the regional approach, it's already taking a shape. And as I conclude, Chair, let the audience know that the first mobile money started in East Africa. That was Kenya by Safaricom. But also there is the story that is always never said. You would ask yourself, the first mobile call on Africa, where did it start? Who made it? Was it Waitare Miko, and it was a Rwandan? That was in 1987. So 20 years after, Safaricom made a mobile money. Now 18 years after, East Africa is leading the DPI for the rest of the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Thank you. We are running out of time. If I could please kindly ask you to spare 5 minutes. I'd love to invite Hilda to speak briefly about what the EAC is doing on a private sector alliance for inclusive DPI in Africa for just 5 minutes before we close. Hilda, karibu.
Yes, so thank you very much, Robert. So briefly, for the interest of time, as EAC, we have seen a lot of opportunities. We are now moving, as I said, from pilot to start the implementation, and we believe there is a big role that private sector will play to ensure sustainability of DPI. So we need to have private sector involved, and this is not only African private sector, so we are inviting private sector from different parts of the world. We know some countries are ahead, some regions are ahead. We are not here to reinventing the wheel, we just want to move fast and far. Not only fast, but also far, and we believe we can do this together. And for private sector that are willing and open to partner with us, we have a QR code. We just need you to register, and there is a form behind that QR code, and then we are starting this alliance, and we believe we can do a lot together with the private sector. There are follow-ups, events, and activities. We'll reach out specifically to these organizations, and now it's my honor to invite Engineer Murenzi. As he said, there are great people behind the success that we have today as EAC region. We have strong leadership, so I would invite Engineer Murenzi for the official launch. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe much has been said, Chair, our moderator, but it's important. Maybe I request my Secretary General to be the one to launch this QR code on the behalf of others, because she's the champion of the of our digital transformation in East Africa. Your Excellency, Secretary General, is just a scan for the purpose that any others can also scan this QR code. If you may allow us, and the Prof, because you are our champions in this ESC region, our moderator was to scan this and allow the rest of the other people to now scan and register to work with us within the East Africa. Honourable Secretary General, it's not to ambush you, it's just a symbolic moment as our champion and our Prof, because these are the champions of our digital. Yeah. So this is the Private Sector Alliance for Inclusive DPI, and she has already started it. For your information or data, she will get it, and she shares it with the Council of Ministers to know that we are working with the private sector. So the private sector here, you are in the good hands of our Secretary General, who is going to lead this process. Now, Prof here to mobilize for us resources. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another big round of applause to our Secretary General, please. Thank you, and Professor.
In closing, I would like to invite our Secretary ICT from Kenya, Mr. Bernard Rotich, to please say a few words. And specifically, Bwana Rotich, if you could speak to some of the DPI efforts that we are undertaking in Kenya. If you could kindly share that with the audience, would really appreciate. Karibu.
Thank you, moderator. I want to also thank Professor. I think he has done much of the introduction of the Kenya sector. I want to also thank my colleagues led by the PS who is here, and I think he'll have a session to answer the question that Prof directed to him. In terms of Kenya adoption of DPI, we have done a bit of some milestones. I want to break them to 4 domains. That is in terms of digital ID. We have the Maisha number that has already been rolled out. It's awaiting the public adoption. In terms of e-payments, I don't want to repeat. Prof has done justice to that part. In terms of digital e-platforms, we have the e-citizen. I think it was shown in the report that was shared by my colleague. We only have a few challenges that is in the part of the legal and regulatory framework, which we are working with our partners. Some of these policies include the AI policy, which is on the prime stage. We have the cybersecurity policy. We have the data governance policy. And lastly, the review of the Kenya National ICT policy, now to comply with these requirements for the DPI adoption. And Kenya has not been left behind without any challenges. We have the challenges in terms of the extent at which the connectivity covers, and therefore that is the area that we are inviting the private sector to come in and take part in extending the connectivity to the rural areas. We also have the challenge of the rural literacy in terms of digital skilling. We need to beef up that part as we bring in the DPI to ensure that we have inclusivity and the issue of adaptability to the new environment of operations and access to e-commerce and the services through the digital e-government platforms. And I saw there was a question, I think somebody has posted asking, how is Kenya doing in terms of adopting DPI, given that we are ahead in terms of e-payments. And as I have said, once we tighten up on the issue of the regulatory framework, I think we are good to go, because already in terms of the other domains, we have done very well. And in terms of the EAC, as my colleague has said, I think we are participating in the formulation of the regional regulatory frameworks to ensure there is interoperability and efficient exchange of data within the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotich. And I think I'll invite the panel to step up to the front, I think, for one final photo, and then we'll close this session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Latin American and the Caribbean panel. We are super excited to be here with all of you. And since this is a global summit, sharing and understanding what the speakers are speaking about is very important. So we kindly request that you scan the QR that says translation QR code to make sure that everyone is able to follow the conversation. My name is Yolanda Martinez. I am from Mexico. I lead the digital practice for the World Bank, covering Latin American and the Caribbean, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the session From Digital Government to Digital Public Infrastructure, Rethinking the Future of a State-Led Digital Transformation in LAC. I would like to start by thanking the government of South Africa, which has made this gathering possible, to our co-host organizations, Co-Develop, ITU, UNDP, UNODET, and to all of you for joining us today. By a show of hands, how many of you have been in a LAC country at least once? I think a lot more than what I'm seeing. Okay, great. LAC is composed of 33 countries and is home of around 663 million people. We represent 8.1% of global population. It's a region of remarkable economic and cultural diversity, from large and influential economies such as Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, which together generate more than half of the region's GDP, and to smaller and fast-growing economies like Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. LAC also stands at a significant moment in its digital transformation journey. The region is home of the world's pioneer in using user-centric digital services. Countries like Uruguay and Brazil are ranked in the top 25 globally in the United Nations Digital Government Index. Thanks to a strong investment in user-centric service design, digital identity systems, interoperability platforms, and open systems like PICS. Regional cooperation is also very mature in our region. Today, a citizen from Brazil can access more than 40 services in Uruguay Digital Government Service Portal using the EID from GovBR. This mutual recognition of digital IDs is motivated the launch of the LAC Digital Citizen Consortium on March this year during the spring meetings. The objective is to develop a common EID broker to enable any citizen from LAC to access the digital services from another countries, in my case, using my Mexican digital ID. This is a joint effort by the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, Co-Develop, the Organization of American States, OEAS, that builds over more than 20 years of work of the e-government network of Latin American and the Caribbean, Red Real. Juan Pablo will share more about this initiative soon. These are amazing accomplishments, and we feel very proud of them. But as digital leaders and policymakers, we also acknowledge the structural challenges that we need to overcome in our region. And digitalization is key for closing these gaps. Number one structural challenge, socioeconomic inequality. Latin America remains the most unequal region in the planet. The top 10% captures 55% of national income, compared to 33% in Europe. Low productivity and informality is our second biggest challenge. More than half of workers in Latin America and the Caribbean are in jobs without contract or social security. That means no access to health services, no pension. And third, lack of trust in government institutions, which leads to social unrest and insecurity. We are the generation that has in our hands the possibility to build more equal development opportunities for all. User-centric digital services enable human rights, like the right to identity by digitizing birth certificates, the right to access education, health services, and better jobs. All this enabled using digital public infrastructure that is standard-based, open, safe, and inclusive. Today, we have a powerhouse panel from digital leaders in LAC. We have Armando Mansueta, Deputy Minister of Technology and Innovation from the Dominican Republic in the Ministry of Public Affairs. We have Marian Chavez, a Special Advisor for Digital Affairs in the Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services from Brazil. We have Iriam Karin, Chairperson, National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited, iGov TT from Trinidad and Tobago, and Juan Pablo Garcia, Digital Signature and Identification Manager at AGESIC. Our goal in the next 60 minutes is to explore how LAC countries are developing user-centric digital government services at scale using digital public infrastructure, understand governance and regulatory challenges, share lessons learned on sustainability, inclusion, and digital trust. So with that, let's get started. And Armando, I would like to start with you. You recently launched Soyo, which is a national wallet. I was actually exploring the website this morning in preparation of this panel. And I think it would be very valuable for the audience to learn how this initiative fits within a broader vision of DPI, and also how you incorporate the private sector in all this effort. Over to you, and welcome.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this beautiful event, Co-Develop, the World Bank, the whole UN system, and other agencies that have been involved for making this a reality. It is such an honor for us to be present here. So, like many of you know, our vision for digital public infrastructure in the DR is to build a connected state where basically this infrastructure serves as the building blocks for a whole society digital development that stems from the government, but also impacts the private sector as a whole. So the idea behind Soyo RD, or Carpeta Ciudadana, which is most commonly known, is basically to have this sort of connecting layer of, that will tie all registries that exist within the administration to provide some sort of credentialing system for not just personal services or things that the common people will need to do with interacting with the government, but also to have some sort of interface for the private sector can actually start building things upon that and connect their own credentialing systems and registries to that specific platform as well. So eventually, the idea is to evolve this connected platform into not just only the gateway for digital ID, but also the gateway for an integrated public services system that one way or another will tie everything together. That's the thing that we're doing with that.
And elaborating a little bit on that, how has been the adoption process from the citizen's perspective in terms of understanding the data that is involved in using the wallet? Can you share a little bit more on that? Okay,
let's put it that way. When it comes to understanding the data that is being used in the wallet, of course, we're always taking into consideration what kind of safeguards we need to build in order for that service to be fully integrated. So in that regard, we're putting strong data protections into the system, and basically we're building also what would be the consent layer for that access of that specific information for public and private vendors. When it comes for the public sector specifically, we're drafting a new sort of regulation that will specify how consent should work, in which scenarios, and which others the government institutions will have access to a specific information, respecting the data minimization principle. So data will remain at the source of origin, and only the data that is needed to provide a specific service will be consulted. That's one thing. On the other hand, when it comes for the private sector, there is an ongoing data governance conversation that has been taking place for the past 5 years or so, and we're getting consensus of drafting a new data protection law that will specify how data should be handled, especially by services providers, data and services providers, of course, and of course, define what rights people should have when it comes for consent and data manipulation for specific use cases. And but we're taking that into account. We're also with some cybersecurity aspects and principles as well to be part of the conversation when it comes for this.
Thank you. You're looking for a good example of wallets. I strongly recommend visiting Soyo DR. I think it's a very good example on how to put data into a very easy way to explain citizens what it's all about. And now I would like to turn to Brazil, a continent-sized country, extremely diverse. And Miriam, Knowing that Brazil has been going into the forefront of integrating sustainability and technology, could you please share with us how Brazil plans to leverage digital public infrastructure and digital public goods as the Rural Environmental Registry to advance climate action and environmental governance? Over to you and welcome.
Thank you, Yolanda. We in Brazil believe that the technology should go together with sustainability, and the climate action strategies that we are implementing, they should be exponential. They have the exponential potential, and this is the same exponentiality that you have to do when you deal with these challenges in climate change. So we leverage the power of DPIs, particularly identity and payment services in Brazil the last 5 years or so. And I think that we can provide these services in a very quick way. For instance, when it happened, the flood in Rio Grande do Sul, we could very quickly send money to people exactly because we had all these DPIs working already. We also are working with DPI's approach to make sure that we can organize information registries to promote forest protection, which is, of course, a big problem in Brazil, considering the Amazonian forest. In Brazil, our forest code is quite developed in the sense that it has a preservation of minimum percentage of areas of the forest in private lands, and this is something that is difficult to take care and to analyze, and to comply with such requirements, there are conditions for the rural credits so that you can ensure that you have traceability of agricultural, that is nowadays very important for many markets. And also the surplus of such protected areas can be traded with those who have not yet complied with these prevention requirements. I mean, one can sell to the other the amount of land that you are protecting, forest that you are protecting. It could also entitle people like indigenous people and traditional populations to receive what we call payment for environmental services. So it is important to know where the guys are, how is the situation in each one of their properties. So we launched the Rural Environment Registry, the CAR, which has more than 10 years now, and that organize those information that's important for all these things that I've already told. We are refactoring this system, which is not easy, but anyway, we are refactoring it so that he can comply with DPI principles and can serve the whole of the society, not only the environmental aspects, but also the connections with economy and other private enterprises that you have to obey environmental laws and so on. So, such a land registry module has already been submitted to the DGP Alliance and is going to be launched publicly in COP30 in next week. Next week, yes, we have to go straight to there. More than that, we believe that this could be a global strategy that can be used by other countries at COP30, together with partners like co-develop DPGA and ITS. We are launching a plan to accelerate solutions for DPIs and DPGs, I already changed, DPGs for climate. We would like to invite, including all the countries that are here, and also talk afterwards, so that we can improve this idea, because I think it's something that can help many other countries with similar problems to implement DPI-based solutions that tackle climate change. And so that's it for now.
As I was carefully listening to what you were kindly sharing, two things that I would like to elaborate a little bit more. You mentioned something that is key, refactoring, meaning this is something that was built 10 years ago, and just like any legacy in government, we always need to keep updating our digital public infrastructure. New principles, new standards, new DPI safeguards are put into place. And for those who are familiar with Brazil, Brazil shared the Amazonia with other countries. So maybe you can also share with us a little bit about the governance. How are you coordinating, I don't know, if Colombia or Peru on sharing some of the information in the environmental cadastral, how those conversations going, if at all? Can you share a little bit more on that?
I didn't catch up the beginning of your question.
About the governance of such a huge environmental asset as the Amazonian can be,
yes,
that you share with Colombia, with Peru, with other countries, and it's not just any asset, it's the Amazonia.
Well, to copy, we are launching, we have the pre-COP, lots of conversations with other countries that are in the region that share the same forest. It's a big one. The forest is 2/3 of Brazil. Still, of course, there is a lot of deforestation going on, but it is still a very large amount of land that we have there, and have all these problems of indigenous territories that are inside this place, and if a lot of pressure from the cattle guys that wants to go inside the forest and use it for other types of crops that are not necessarily the right ones for those places and so on. So this is why the registry is so important, so that we can oblige, in a sense, for getting out some kind of credit, for instance, so that they don't use this credit to continue with the deforestation, and also to attend the people that are already there and does its jobs in terms of preserving the nature there. And so I think that the most important thing is to connect also. The car is now connected with the identity of the owners, and so this is making us even more strong in terms of the building blocks of other DPIs that we are using, like data sharing with other ministries and other silos of information, connecting them, and also the financial world, of course, that has to. This is very strong. Everybody is now worried about not getting the 0.5% of less interests when you get a rural credit that is very spread in Brazil, in not only the big owners, but also the small ones. We have 7 million small farmers in Brazil. So we want to reach them as much as we can, because we know that they are the ones that more easy to respect the environmental aspects of the agriculture that we want to get incentives. So
I found that very fascinating. A use case of a wallet in the Dominican Republic, a use case of environment, but the foundations are the same. And now let me turn into Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to interact with Iria. Her first DPI Summit, so I hope you feel already inspired by all the different topics that have been shared during the morning, during yesterday breakout sessions. And you have been recently appointed chairperson of iGovTT. And maybe for our colleagues present in the room, if you can give us context on how is the governance of iGovTT, and how do you see Trinidad and Tobago digital transformation agenda going into a digital public infrastructure that can allow scalability of digital services?
Thank you, Yolanda. Well, first of all, let me thank the Center for Digital Public Infrastructure and Co-Develop for this opportunity to represent the C in LAC, the Caribbean, specifically Trinidad and Tobago, at this Global DPI Summit. And what a platform this is to share how we are evolving our country's digital future in pursuit of a vision grounded in service, inclusion, and innovation. So iGovTT, I am the chairman, recently appointed chairman of the board, just a couple of weeks. It is the national engine for driving our government's digital agenda. And we fall under the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, which is a newly formed ministry. And the very creation of this ministry is a bold signal that Trinidad and Tobago sees technology not just as an enabler, but as a driver of public value and national development. So in my initial few weeks, I can confirm that this organization understands its mandate. And our mandate is not simply to deliver products, but to ensure that people, our citizens, experience a simpler, faster, more responsive government. And this, of course, all requires a deep understanding of the needs of the people, and we've heard many speakers sharing about that today. We need to understand their digital readiness, what makes their daily lives, the conduct of their business, you know, the realization of their goals and their dreams and their ambitions, difficult or seemingly impossible, and therefore, how can we use state-led and enabled innovation and technology to make all of this not just possible, but easy, more efficient, more seamless, and more meaningful? How can we bring the citizens closer to the people and create more active engagement on both sides? So for me, the most powerful discovery has not been a technical one, because it's one thing to create technology and to create systems, but it's the people that really matter, the people we're trying to serve and the people who are driving all of this from the government side. So it's been the passion of the people that's really been impressive to me. The teams in our organization are committed to reimagining how our government engages with its citizens. They understand that our objective is not just to work, but to pioneer and to reshape how the state serves. And our work is already showing a lot of momentum. So if I can just share a couple examples of what we've accomplished in a short space of time. And I will say that when the speaker asked in the opening session how long it takes or how long people think it takes from conceptualization to implementing a DPI, my colleague and I both voted for less than 2 years. Because in our examples, this, in our case, this has been what we were able to accomplish in just a few months. So take a Nancy, or a national digital assistant, and many of you may be familiar with Anansi. The name came from a folklore character that's deeply rooted in our African origins in Trinidad and Tobago. So the Ministry of Public Administration and AI recognized with urgency that our citizens needed easier access to government services. So with our new AI mandate, we were able to quickly elevate Anansi from concept to reality. So today, Anansi is available 24/7, bridging government answers to citizen questions with clarity, responsiveness, and the power of AI, reflecting our government's embrace of digital tools for inclusive governance. So really, that kind of takes away an impediment between, you know, when people are looking for answers, they're looking for services, they're trying to understand what is accessible to them. It removes that level of frustration, confusion, and just the barriers to access. So we've seen this work powerfully for us. And then, of course, there's a second example, Verify TT. And this is an initiative we're particularly proud of. So under the leadership of this government, Verify TT has been repositioned not just as a tool, but as a product of public value. We re-envisioned its purpose, refined its brand, and aligned it with strategic partners in tertiary education, professional bodies, and the wider public sector. And this is also important because we've talked a lot about the role of the state, the role of civil society organizations in order to serve our citizens in the best way possible. So using DPI as a package solution model, Trinidad and Tobago became the fastest country in the world to go live with a national verifiable digital credentials. So we're quite proud of that. And that speaks to the vision and execution readiness of our institutions and our ability to adapt models that work for us, small, ambitious nations like ours. So for me, these early experiences reaffirm that iGovTT is not just fulfilling its role, but it's evolving it. And I think you mentioned that just a short time ago when speaking to one of the panelists, that things have to continue to change and evolve rapidly with the systems and with the technology. And that is what we are doing. I am not just here to observe that evolution. I'm here to hopefully lead it as the first woman to chair this institution, and I'm proud to share this stage with other powerful women leading in DPI. So this follows in the legacy of our first female Prime Minister in Trinidad and Tobago, our current Prime Minister. And I step into this role hopefully knowing what it means to set standards and break ground and expand possibility.
Very impressive. And let me just reflect, because you've shared with us many important insights.
Yes.
So something that started since the very beginning is every session has been about use cases. Live use cases since the opening, when the Minister of South Africa was showing the driver license. This is a panel conversation, but everything that we have discussed so far is Carpeta Ciudadana, is the environmental cadastre, and last week, in Red Real annual meeting, Dr. Isha shared with us his PhD certificate as a verifiable credential, but also the cultural context of ANSI. And I truly enjoy how, even though technology is context and is cultural heritage what makes a difference. So in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, ANSI represents the connection with Africa. When I was working for ITU and had the opportunity to visit Kenya, to me it was very touchy to see how they prioritize using their chatbot in Swahili to make sure that they include the majority of the population speaking that language. The environmental cadastre, a lot of connection with indigenous population governing the forests and the Amazonia. So I think it has been very impressive, the role of the board, in overseeing that the context and the needs of Trinidad and Tobago are reflected in the digital public infrastructure and the digital services that you kindly share. So welcome again. And this
so
is an
much.
ecosystem that is always willing to share. Thank you, Madam Chair. And now, let me turn with Juan Pablo Garcia, an amazing professional, not only committed to the digital identity of Uruguay, but honestly to the digital identity of the region. Because Juan Pablo has two jobs, AGESIP jobs, and then Red Real job, which is spending thousands of hours with heart and mind in building the capacity among the different countries that participate in Red Real every year to make ID LAC a reality. So Juan Pablo, thank you so much, because on top of that, you are here in Cape Town. And hopefully you are doing the geographical travel in this conversation, right? So we have Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm from Mexico, I'm in the northern part of LAC, right? Then Trinidad and Tobago is a big island compared to the other Caribbean islands, more close to Venezuela, I would say. Then we have Dominican Republic, which is an island in the Caribbean, although they speak Spanish. Then we have Brazil, continent-sized country, right? And then we have lovely Uruguay. And if you haven't been in Uruguay, I strongly recommend that you go to Uruguay. And Uruguay is in the south. It's a very tiny country. Then you can cross in a boat to Buenos Aires, to Colón, if I'm not mistaken, no? So a region that is so diverse, but connected to digital integration and mutual recognition of digital ID. So Juan Pablo, it's an honor to have you here. And if you can elaborate a little bit more about why ID LAC is not possible, on what context, the floor is yours.
Bueno, hola. Bueno, muchas gracias, Yolanda. Para tarde tengo mucho para decir, así que voy a hablar en español, porque puedo ir mucho más rápido y ser más eficiente. Voy a sacar esto que me está repitiendo. Bueno, entonces, nosotros en Uruguay, en primer lugar, muchas gracias a todas las organizaciones y personas, que son unos cuantos, que trabajaron para esto. Esto lleva mucho trabajo, mucho esfuerzo, coordinado de muchas personas que le ponen mucho cariño para que salga muy bien. Y la verdad que es invalorable, porque acá estamos mostrando cosas, pero además, por sobre todo, aprendiendo mucho de experiencias de otros países, y eso sí es fundamental para poder seguir creciendo. Bueno, entonces, nosotros en Uruguay es un país chiquitito, entre Argentina y Brasil, en América del Sur. Estamos en la misma latitud que acá, que Ciudad del Cabo. Montevideo está casi igual que Ciudad del Cabo. Y bueno, entonces, desde hace unos años Uruguay ha tenido una estabilidad en los últimos 20 años bastante importante en desarrollo digital. Más allá de los cambios de gobierno, se han mantenido en grandes términos las políticas públicas que tienen que ver con desarrollo digital. Y eso nos ha permitido tener una visión a largo plazo, pero tener resultados en el corto y seguir creciendo sobre los resultados concretos. En la identificación digital, puntualmente, Uruguay empezó hace 10 años a hacer un plan masivo para digitalizar todos los trámites y como parte de esa arquitectura Building Blocks definimos lo que tiene que ver con la parte de identificación, que entendemos que es importante. Y en la identificación definimos lo que hoy le llamamos como un broker de identificación digital, que tenemos por encima los servicios digitales y por abajo del broker los proveedores de identificación que están aptos para este servicio. Entonces en Uruguay hoy tenemos 4 proveedores, 3, por ejemplo, basados en el uso de firma digital para autenticarse y uno más tradicional, como es usuario de contraseña, con segundo factor y demás. Eso nos permitió escalar rápido en integrar servicios. Cualquier proveedor nuevo que aparece lo podemos integrar al broker. Una vez cumple los estándares, lo integramos al broker y queda disponible para todo el ecosistema público. Y eso me parece que es una ventaja importante, porque obviamente los métodos para identificar a las personas digitalmente tienen que ir evolucionando sí o sí. Recién Armando hablaba, por ejemplo, recién se habló de credenciales verificables en varias oportunidades. Próximamente vamos a tener que usar en forma masiva las credenciales verificables para autenticarnos en el mundo digital. Entonces, en el caso de una arquitectura así, solo con integrar, con desarrollar la posibilidad de usar credenciales verificables en el broker, ya se habilita para todo el ecosistema. O sea, en Uruguay, más o menos el 90% de los servicios públicos digitales. Esto, bueno, Brasil y Argentina, un poco, esto nosotros un poco fue inspirado en EIDAS y en las recomendaciones del NIST en su momento. Y Brasil y Argentina un poco también en paralelo hicieron esa evolución. Y hoy los 3 países tenemos un broker cada uno. Durante la pandemia empezó a pasar que personas de Brasil y Argentina que tenían propiedades en Uruguay no podían ir a Uruguay porque no podían salir de sus países, no podían devolver servicios como por ejemplo del agua o de energía eléctrica, no podían vender sus propiedades, no podían hacer nada. Y esas propiedades empezaban a generar deuda infinitamente y no había solución. Como también obviamente en la pandemia había millones de problemas. Nosotros en este problema nos concentramos y ahí llegamos al razonando, digamos, intercambiando opiniones con nuestros pares de Argentina y Brasil en el contexto de la red GEALC, nos dimos cuenta que nosotros no queremos que un argentino o con un brasilero se haga una identificación digital en Uruguay. No tenemos cómo validarlo y no es natural. Lo que queremos es que el argentino y el brasilero utilice sus identificaciones digitales de su país para ingresar a los servicios uruguayos. Y lo mismo, un uruguayo utilice sus identificaciones digitales de Uruguay para ingresar a Brasil o Argentina. Y así fue que empezamos a pensar, bueno, ¿cómo hacemos? Porque tenemos miles de servicios digitales en cada país. Y bueno, ahí la pieza clave, lo que nos salvó fue el broker. Nos dimos cuenta que nosotros integrábamos el broker, por ejemplo, de Uruguay con el de Brasil, una sola integración. Habilitábamos todos los proveedores de identidad de Brasil en los servicios uruguayos y todos los proveedores de Uruguay en los servicios brasileros. Entonces eso implica que un brasilero puede entrar a servicios uruguayos utilizando su proveedor brasileño de identificación. Esto no es nada más ni nada menos que lo que hacemos desde hace muchas décadas con nuestras identificaciones tradicionales, con nuestro pasaporte, nuestro DNI. Nosotros vamos a Brasil, bueno, venimos acá a Sudáfrica con el pasaporte y nos identificamos con ese pasaporte. Y si necesitamos acceder a un servicio de salud o el que sea, con mi pasaporte me voy a identificar. Bueno, esto es exactamente lo mismo, pero en el mundo digital, de forma mucho más fácil, más rápida y desde mi casa o desde mi trabajo en mi país de origen. Entonces, bueno, el año pasado lanzamos la primera integración con Brasil. Hoy hay más o menos 43 servicios que los brasileños pueden entrar a Uruguay con sus identificaciones. Esperamos sobre el fin de mes poner a todos los servicios que tienen que ver con comercio exterior habilitados para identificaciones brasileñas. Esto lo presentamos, lo desarrollamos, trabajamos desde el principio con la red GEALC, con el BID, con el Banco Mundial, ahora se sumó Codevelop, y la verdad que nos pareció una forma muy simple de resolverlo. Entonces ahora estamos, muchos países vinieron a preguntar, queremos tener un broker, queremos tener un EDUY, un GovR, y bueno, y lo que propusimos es desarrollemos uno solo, que sea un bien público digital. Eso permite generar un ecosistema de identificación digital en cada país, pero a su vez eso genera una capa regional estandarizada. Y después va a ser muy simple, mucho más fácil integrar un país con otro. Y hoy estamos con un desarrollo avanzado, que nos quedan 2 o 3 meses, y tenemos un prototipo con 5 países integrados. La primera integración llevó 3 semanas, la última llevó 3 días. Y esto escala muy rápido. Entonces, bueno, la apuesta es, ahora queda el paso más importante, que es hacer que esto esté en producción en por lo menos 4 o 5 países en los próximos meses y que empiecen a ver, porque al final del día todo esto, lo que nos impulsa a hacer esto es generar impacto en la ciudadanía. Entonces necesitamos que esto esté en producción y empezar a trabajar con los casos de uso de comercio exterior, de salud, de educación, de turismo, de migraciones, para que empiecen a habilitar la posibilidad de identificarse con identificaciones de otros países.
Big congratulations again, Juan Pablo. Javier, which is the manager of the IDELAC initiative in Red Real, Julia, our colleagues from IDB, but a lot of people that have worked for many years in making this happen. If you are a practitioner, you are very well aware that the biggest challenge to interoperability is not technical, it's trusting. Trusting the person or the country that you are going to open up your digital public infrastructure to do transactions on. We're talking about nations opening the digital public portals and recognizing the identification issue by another country to transact in that other country. It says in 1 minute, but it's a lot of work behind, making sure that we have the legal safeguards in place for this to happen, which in the case of the southern corner is Mercosur, up in the north is Alianza del Pacífico, but also a very important element of this is the support of international organizations where countries are member states. LAC countries are member states of OEAS. LAC countries are member states of IDB. LAC countries are member states of the World Bank. They are our shareholders, no? And Red Real has been the convening of this network of practitioners. Professionals go and come, but the history, the institutional history is there. And that is very much needed to then, as technology facilitates going from 3 months to 3 days integration and hopefully a lot more use cases available next year. This is only the beauty of when you combine the right governance with the right open standards and the right technical capabilities in each of the teams that are participating in this effort. So thank you for sharing this amazing experience. Juan Pablo and the rest of the colleagues of the consortium, Aura from Codevelo also present here. Now let me go back to Armando, and something that I really enjoy about Dominican Republic is that I think it's worth sharing with the audience how you have been using multiple frameworks and open source tools available as part of your overall DPI strategy. And I refer to this because I was the national CIO of Mexico, so I used to participate very actively in Red Real, but also visiting my other colleagues in their offices to learn best practices, to share what we were doing. And last time I was in Dominican Republic, it was with GovStack. We ran a workshop. It was an amazing experience. Now we're running a pilot for verifiable SMEs using a different type of technology with colleagues of CDPI. So how Dominican Republic is putting all this ecosystem in place according to an enterprise architecture that is coherent to the needs of Dominican Republic?
Well, that's a very important and complex question to answer, so I will try to do my best to summarize this a bit. So basically, one of the things that we understood is that if we were to succeed in the DR for our own digital transformation is that we need to make a framework that is as consistent, as coherent as possible. So in that regard, we looked at different ways of doing this. We explored, for example, the TOGA framework for enterprise architecture. Then then after GovStack came out, they came with this very bold and aggressive proposal on defining what would be the public administration's enterprise reference architecture that combines the best of what we have, of what DOGAP has, but also it's flexible enough to incorporate other aspects of different frameworks that exist out there, so the administration so the public administration can have these overarching systems of how to organize things together. So what we did, what we started to do is basically taking every reference for each of the building blocks that we're trying to implement and build in the DR, and then tied together with the work that CDPI has been doing on different countries around the world. And of course, learnings that we had from either Estonia, the same Uruguay that has something similar in place, and other governments, and of course the EU when it comes from the European Interoperability Framework. So we started defining what building blocks we should be using, what DPIs will support these building blocks for building services, and that's the way we're moving forward with this. One of the most recent cases is that we've seen that same thought of logic has been with the building of what would be the digital enterprise ID, which is something that we're doing with the support of different actors. We're leveraging on the work that we have done in the past with Carpeta Ciudadana, with the support of IDB, or the support of Co-Develop, while also leveraging the support that we're receiving from the World Bank to create this sort of enterprise ID and verified credential mechanism that will allow us to tie, according to the life cycle of a company, all the licenses, credentials, permits, and so forth that a company needs in order to operate, but also to provide services to the government, or to opening bank accounts, or to doing things within the private sector where these companies usually operate in. And I think that by having this sort of framework in place, we will be able to solve many of the problems that we have currently with digitalization.
You referred that this was a complex question, but I think you just gave a very good example on how a country can leverage an amazing global ecosystem that is ready to support any of you looking to implement DPI and scale in digitizing government services from a user-centric perspective. If you haven't been in the next area where the expo is, I was very impressed to see all the different organizations or the different frameworks, and I think Dominican Republic is a very good example of how you can work with all of them, no? Yeah. Providing a coherent set of priorities. So thank you for what you share. And Armando is going to be here together with the rest of the delegation that you see here and in the first row of Latin American and Caribbean countries, willing to share with other regions about our experiences. Let me go back very quickly to Brazil. And something that you mentioned in the previous intervention, Miriam, is how you are looking to build an ecosystem for climate and with different set of stacks, right? You are refactoring the previous platform, but how you are engaging with the different stakeholders towards what you are looking for 2028.
Something that we are using a lot is to look at the experience of other countries, especially India. That was a strong inspiration for us, and also the countries around in Latin America. And we are putting together those ideas of data sharing, for instance, in DPIs for data sharing, and also we are trying to put inside our system of regulatory and evaluation of documents, the VCs. That is something else that we got from this partnership with international organizations like COS and CDPI, and also Co-Develop, that are helping us with this launch. We think that we are very near. We are using the VCs in the car experience together with those small farmers that I told you. Nowadays, this week, they are experimenting this with real small farmers that are using the VCs in Rio Grande do Sul, the place where there was the flood and all the problems that they have already, still they have there, and to get these benefits from rural credit and other types of benefits. So I think that the understanding that we have now is that we should use all the ideas that the DPI brings to us. This is like a green passport, so that we can use our idea of having a green, inclusive, and digital future. So to get to those people all the needs that they have in terms of their lives, and also, of course, in terms of the, how do you call it, regular situation for the things that we have. Last year, for instance, we gave a large amount of rural credit for 1 million small farmers, and at the end, 20% of this was identified as having fraud situations. And so we must overcome the problems that we have as a country that has has a large amount of digitalization, no doubt, but also several points of fragility and cybersecurity not as good as we should. And that's why those things happen. So we are trying to use DPI also as automation and giving to the people that need what they really have the right to receive. So I think this is the broader view of what we are trying to do, and using DPI so that we can scale our benefits. I think most of our systems before were like very complex and well done, but they were not scalable. So this is something that we are learning from DPI. And the last thing that I would say is that the sovereignty problem that we have now, with all the geopolitics changing that we are seeing in recent years, it's very important to have our own ability, as our colleague said before, so that we don't get locked in any technology that we cannot support in our own country. So it's more or less.
As I was listening to you, and you were mentioning a scale, let me give you an example. I come from Mexico, so scaling for us meaning working collaboratively with 299 federal entities, 32 states, and 2,045 municipalities. When you think about scalability in Brazil, it's twice the population of Mexico, 27 regions, a little bit less because you're wider, but 5,500 municipalities. So you want to reach a scale in a country like Mexico or Brazil or Uruguay or any other country, DPI is certainly a very important element. And then sectorial DPI, which is what you are building, no? DPI and environment. So very much looking forward to the environmental stack, how we can jointly contribute in the global community. So thank you for what you kindly share. And now let me go back to Trinidad and Tobago. And Iria, you lead the board, right? So usually these governance bodies set a vision. And on that note, and even though it's a very recent experience for you, nonetheless, I hope you feel inspired enough and share with us what do you see as the main priorities, but also how are you envisioning Trinidad and Tobago to further engage in global efforts to advance DPI?
Well, I think once you continue to focus on the people, you can't go wrong, right? This is not technology for the sake of technology. This is the use of technology and innovation to really serve people. And I believe that once people remain at the core of the vision, the mandate, and the strategy, you can't go wrong. And continuing to understand, there's a lot of talk here about evolving needs of people as societies continue to change and grow and transform in different ways. There is a need to continuously touch base and understand what is happening, what are the needs of the people in order to continue to bring them closer and to participate in the society in a meaningful and prosperous way. Earlier today, I heard several speakers talk about a whole of government approach, but also a whole of society approach. So these are things that are important. And as I look forward at the future of iGov, there are some priorities that I can identify. We would want to continue to build out the core layers of our national DPI. And second, we want to deepen the regional and global collaboration that will allow us to learn, share, and scale impacts across borders. And I think every one of the speakers on this panel mentioned that. So our transformation, we know it's not happening in isolation, and it's being driven by a government mandate that says we must reimagine public services not as isolated systems, right, but as connected, citizen-centric experiences. Understand what the experience of the citizen is and meet them there. So under the leadership of the Ministry of Public Administration and AI, we are progressing priority pillars that we've heard repeated time and again. And these include, of course, digital identity, ensuring every citizen has the opportunity to establish a secure, trusted digital identity to access government and commercial services, interoperability. So we're looking at a range of models. Global leaders offer inspiration, but we must choose or create what best fits our needs. And of course, scaling and expanding our existing digital portfolio for greater reach and service to our citizens in collaboration with the other arms of government. And you were just speaking a lot about that. So our ambitions are not bounded by geography. We are part of the Caribbean community, and it is a region of mobility and shared challenge. So our dream, for example, is that a student's transcript in Trinidad and Tobago that is issued in Trinidad and Tobago can be verified instantly in Georgetown, Guyana, or Bridgetown, Barbados. That a construction permit from San Fernando in Trinidad can be recognized by a relevant agency in St. Lucia. So that is the power of open digital rails, and it is within reach. So we are an active partner in the 50 in 5 campaign, the coalition of 50 countries aiming to design, launch, and scale DPI within 5 years. And I think this campaign really reflects our shared belief that small states like us can act quickly, scale to global digital transformation. So we've already demonstrated this with our rapid implementation, the 2 examples I mentioned before, Verify, TT, and Anansi, and we are committed to continuing this momentum. I am determined to continue in this momentum to ensure that DPI is not just built, but it's used, trusted, and transformative, and that it paves the way for sustainable development in every aspect and for the benefit of our people. So I think looking at AI-enabled services, scalable interoperability layers that align with regional possibilities, we are writing a story of digital readiness. I heard earlier again today, and a lot of the contributions that I heard struck various nerve points for me, and resilience is another one of them. The resilience of people, and responsible innovation, responsible governance. So these are some focal areas. I know that the path ahead is not without challenge, but I believe it is filled with opportunity, and opportunities to learn, to collaborate with other entities, with other governments, and to just not have to reinvent the wheel all the time, but to work with others and collaborate and quickly scale solutions that meet the needs of our population. So I think those are our focal points.
Very ambitious plan, but I think ambitious enough to be shared by any digital leader that is present here. So the good news is that you are not alone, because this is a global ecosystem that is open to support one another. So thank you for what you kindly share. And now let me go back to Juan Pablo, and I think also capturing on what Chairperson kindly mentioned about the importance of resilience and cybersecurity, how in the context of IDELAC, what you consider to be the biggest challenge in terms of cybersecurity and advances in artificial intelligence? Like what comes next for IDELAC?
IDELAC va a permitir integrar rápidamente los servicios transfronterizos y usar la identidad transfronteriza. Lo que necesitamos además es empezar a cambiar los métodos que usamos para identificarnos digitalmente. Es decir, todavía hoy en la gran mayoría de los países, incluyo Uruguay, la mayoría de los casos son basados en un usuario y contraseña. Una contraseña fuerte, a veces un segundo factor. Los segundos factores son importantes, pero no dejan de agregar complejidad a la gestión, costos, y además son vulnerables hoy en día. La biometría ayuda, pero la biometría también es costosa, a veces es compleja y también es vulnerable, o por lo menos está amenazada con la inteligencia artificial. Entonces necesitamos migrar rápidamente en los países a métodos basados en el uso de la firma digital. La firma digital y toda la confianza que implica una infraestructura de claves públicas para identificarse digitalmente. En algunos países tenemos métodos, pero todavía tienen algunas barreras. Por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos la cédula uruguaya, una tarjeta inteligente con los certificados, entonces hay que tener lectores, hay que instalar drivers, hay que una cantidad de cosas que hacen que no sea fácil que sea usado en forma masiva. La firma en la nube o la identificación digital en la nube basada en firma ayuda, pero hay que tener planes con los prestadores, a veces tienen costos, tienen algunas complejidades. Yo, y creo que somos unos cuantos, estamos convencidos que el paso grande es ir hacia credenciales verificables. Entonces tenemos una única credencial de identificación que me la da la autoridad competente de mi país, firmada por la autoridad, y yo la uso para identificarme presencialmente con un QR con total facilidad y confianza y para identificarme digitalmente en un portal. Y ahí también, IDLAC puede ayudar mucho porque si desarrollamos una sola vez la interfase, que es un protocolo específico para las credenciales, ya simplemente se desparrama esa opción no solo en un país y todos sus servicios, sino en todos los países que implementen el IDLAC. Entonces, lo que queda del lado de los países es seguir avanzando en este desarrollo, empezar a implementarlo y que los países empecemos a emitir, como hablaban en el caso de Sudáfrica, como hay algunos casos más en Dominicana, en la región, bueno, hacerlo en forma masiva, que todos los países emitamos credenciales, sobre todo de identificación, todos basados en la misma norma, para lograr la compatibilidad a nivel transfronterizo en forma presencial y para que sea muy fácil autenticarse de esa forma. Necesitamos evolucionar a métodos de identificación digital mucho más fuertes porque muchos de los ciberataques que pasan hoy o de los fraudes que pasan hoy comienzan o suceden a través de una suplantación de identidad por un método débil, por malos usos de las personas, por debilidad de los sistemas, pero la identificación digital siempre está ahí digamos, en los vectores de ataque, son los principales casos que hay. Entonces, nada, eso me parece fundamental y hacerlo rápido y coordinados entre todos. Todos tenemos que ir con los mismos estándares para poder lograr la compatibilidad y para beneficiarnos mutuamente de experiencias, de servicios y de soluciones.
Muchas gracias. I hope you are as inspired as I am. The last question I have for all of you, I'm going to use my power of moderator to summarize it because I think it was impressive. And let me share with the audience the last question, and then if I did my work capturing the insights of what each of you kindly share, right? So the last question was, if you could share one lesson with other countries starting their DPI journey, what will it be? So my takeaway from Brazil is, if you are refactoring your legacy systems, follow open standards, modularity, interoperability, share what you're doing, build a new stack, sectorial stack, listening to all the different stakeholders. So I think we have an amazing example in the environmental cadastre and everything that Brazil is doing and showcasing next week, not next year, next week in COP to follow and to nurture. So thank you for that example, Miriam. In the case of Dominican Republic, I think an amazing lesson that you share, Armando, is how, as a government, you are entitled to articulate everything that a global ecosystem can offer to a country. Yeah. So any type of implementation offer, technology, financing is coherent to what the country defined as a vision and as a priority for a digital transformation strategy to make sense. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago, Irian, I think it was very inspiring to see, great, this is amazing, I'm happy to be here, but our focus is people, no? So how do we make sure that we engage and we collaborate in global ecosystems, how we bring best practices and inspiration, but also how we go back and we focus on our context and our needs and our people. So thank you for sharing that with us. And Juan Pablo, I think all of us are very excited to receive many colleagues from different parts of the world in any Latin American countries where you can have your digital IDs, and we are going to be integrated enough as a region to welcome you. I see Runak here, so next time you are in Latin America, you can use your verifiable credential and enter any of our beautiful countries. I see many colleagues here from Germany. Yeah, I said, anytime you come to Latin America, you can use your digital ID from Germany, use our IDELAC broker and enter securely and enjoy our different digital government services. I think this has been a terrific example on how Latin America and the Caribbean is a very coherent ecosystem. We work as a team, we share a vision, we strengthen current convening organizations like Red Real. I would really like to acknowledge the rest of the colleagues that are not here. Roberto Lopez, which is the manager for more than 20 years. Miguel Porrua, who founded Red Real. President that is closing his period, Chile, because he leads this initial example, and the incoming president of Red Real, Armando, and the colleagues of Dominican Republic, because this is a legacy. And it's in our best interest. Aura is a former ex-president, I'm a former ex-president of Red Real. We're truly committed to this type of regional efforts to showcase that we can lead sharing the same vision and leveraging such a vibrant ecosystem. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to our audience for your interest in Latin America and the Caribbean. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Obrigada.